as a people with one heart for one cause. We're determined to rebuild and restore. Where freedom reigns and truth prevails. Our land where there's hope for us all. Our land where there's hope for us all. We'll defend our land. We believe in this nation, and we know we'll get there. We'll defend our land. We believe in Nigeria and the promise she holds, and that one day we'll shine like the sun. We're a great nation. Though we are many people, different tribes, different tongues, we're united in our strength and resolve to uphold the honor of our land and for generations to come. We'll defend our land. We believe in this nation, and we know we'll get there. We'll defend our land. We believe in Nigeria and the promise she holds, and that one day we'll shine like the sun. We're a great nation. See, we only have. We'll defend our land. We believe in this nation, and we know we'll get there someday. Can somebody sing with me? We defend our land. We believe in this our nation, Nigeria, and the promises she holds for us. And someday we would shine like the sun. From the north, south, east, and west. Somebody say, if you believe, join us. Say, we defend our land with all we have. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, say we are, yeah. a great nation. Oh, 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 yeah. Ooh.
One person can only achieve so much. As individuals, isolated, our ambition has limited scope. But when we collaborate as a team, our power combines. Our strength is unbounded. Being open, it's in our DNA. Huawei fuses together industry scenarios and innovative ICT technologies, working in tandem with global customers and partners to accelerate digital transformation. Together, we stride into a wider world. Together, we create new value.
Ladies and gentlemen, the children you saw were children from the Business School, Abuja, singing and dancing and miming to the song by one of Nigeria's finest music artists, one of the most powerful, patriotic lyrics you would find anywhere in the world, Great Nation by Timi Dakolo. I would think they deserve another round of applause. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, where's the echo coming from, guys? Welcome to the 5th edition of what used to be known as the Nigeria International Petroleum Summit. But during the christening last year at the conference, His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of State, gave her a new name as a way of stating our commitment in playing our part in the transition discourse. It is now the Nigeria International Energy Summit. Real quick, I will just go through some housekeeping announcements, establish a bit of protocol, and continue with the morning's proceeding. My name is Richmond Osuji. My pleasure, my honor, my privilege, as always, to master this event the next few days. This is the banquet hall of the State House, here at our presidential villa in Abuja, Nigeria. No drill planned, but should there be an emergency, the exit doors are clearly marked. If you want to use the toilets while you are in this meeting, so you exit this banquet hall and move to your right. From that door, you would find toilets for both men and women. And of course, if you need any assistance around the dome, you can also ask any of our hosts or hostesses, ushers, or members of staff of the State House. Very kindly, turn every weapon of mass distractions to silence and vibrations at this time. We will appreciate it. Mobile phones, you call them. Do well whilst you're here to ensure that your personal belongings do not go into identical conference bags to avoid a case of mistaking identity. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, is this morning represented by one Minister of State who has delivered value across board for this nation. His Excellency, Chief Timi Silva, we salute you. Good morning, sir, and thank you for being with us. His Excellency Carlos Villanova, President of the Republic of Sao Tome and Principe, is represented at this event by Ambassador Zalde Padres dos Santos Anguia. We welcome you and thank you for being with us. We await the arrival of the Senate President and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, whom I'm told will be joining us. I welcome members of the National Assembly who are here present today. The Chairman, House Committee on Gas, is represented by Honorable Anieken Umana. We welcome you. We welcome every other National Assembly member who is in the room this morning. We welcome our host minister, the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Mr. Mohamed Musa Bello, a very good morning to you and welcome. We welcome all the representatives, the Honorable Minister of Finance, Madam Zainab Ahmed, the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Geoffrey Onyema, the Honorable Minister of Transportation, His Excellency Mr. Rotimi Amechi, the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. Bonaya Onu, the Honorable Minister of State of Intergovernmental Affairs, His Excellency George Akume, Honorable Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development, Sadia Umar Farouk, we welcome you. And now from across Africa, we welcome and receive in attendance the Honorable Minister of Mines and Hydrocarbons from Equatorial Guinea, Mr. Gabriel Mbanga Obianglima. Good morning and welcome. From the Niger Republic, we also welcome the Minister of Energy of Niger Republic, Mahamane Sani Mahamadou. Good morning and welcome. Back home to Nigeria, our very own Honorable Minister of Interior, Ogbeni, His Excellency Ogbeni Rauf Aregbesola. A very good morning to you, Your Excellency. You're welcome. Thank you for being with us. From our own cabinet ministers, Otumba Adeniji Adebayo is the Minister of Trade and Industry. Otumba, we welcome you. Good morning and thank you for being with us. Her Excellency Ambassador Miriam Yalwaji Katagum is the Minister of State for Industry, Trade and Investment. Good morning and welcome. Thank you for being with us. Around Africa, we welcome the Honorable Minister of Hydrocarbon, the DRC, Bruno Jean-Richard Itoa. Welcome and thank you for being with us. From Ghana, we welcome the Deputy Minister of Energy, William Owuraku Ado. Welcome, good morning, and thank you for being with us. From Saudi Arabia, we welcome, representing the Minister of Energy of that country, the Ministerial Advisor to the Minister, Dr. Nasir Al-Dosri. Good morning and welcome. Back home, we welcome the Honorable Minister of State for Power, Godi Jedi Agba. Good morning and thank you for being with us. Let me also say that the ministers from many other African countries are here represented, but time will fail me to recognize all of them by name. So please, I extend a warm welcome to all the delegations from the different countries across Africa and the world who are here. Cameroon, Egypt, many more like that. We welcome all of you. We also welcome Her Excellency. I haven't seen her, but we welcome the ambassadors of foreign nations who are here. I know the ambassador of Venezuela is here with his wife. We welcome you. Her Excellency, the Ambassador of U.S. to Nigeria, or her representative, we welcome you. Thank you for being with us. We welcome the Secretary Generals of OPEC. I've been informed that the OPEC Secretary General is unable to make it because of the current crisis, as the geopolitics of the world always impacts on our product. He's not here, Mr. Bakindo, but we have the Secretary General of APO in the room, Dr. Farouk, and the Secretary General of IEF, Dr. Monigo. We welcome all of you. Our own Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Dr. Nasir Sani Gwazo. Good morning to you, sir. I was going to recognize you in Arabic, but I have not been taught that one. Take the English for now. Thank you. Board Chairman and Chief Executive Officers of the Industry Regulators, the NUPRC, I've recognized them earlier, the NMDPRA, the NCDMB, NIMASA, and the Oil and Gas Free Trade Zone. Board Chairman and Chief Executive of NMPC Limited, we welcome you. Recognized them earlier as well. Thank you for being with us. Chairman of OPTs and MDs of IOCs, Chairman of IPPG and MDs of Independent, Chairman of PCTS and MDs of service companies, Chairman of PETN, SPE, and of course, NAPE and all other associations of the industry. We welcome you, distinguished invited guests from across the globe. We welcome our highly esteemed speakers. We thank immensely our sponsors. We thank Huawei. Please, can we give Huawei a round of applause for being our diamond sponsors for this event? We thank our platinum sponsors, the NCDMB, the NUPRC, the Nigeria LNG, Shell, and ExxonMobil, and of course our national host, the NNPC. We can't thank you enough. Can we give all of them a resounding applause for standing solidly behind this event? Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as Africa and Nigeria walks towards revitalizing our energy industry by considering renewable energy sources, some of which, interestingly and thankfully, we have in abundance, it is also imperative that we take a moment to pause and ask ourselves or reflect on some of these facts, and that is 38% of power generation in the West is from coal, $1.5 trillion was between 2019 and November 2021, channeled by some of the biggest financing institutions around the world to over 1,000 co-producing companies around the world. And of course, these countries and companies contribute almost half the percentage of the greenhouse gas emissions across the world. It is imperative for us as Africans to then pause and ask ourselves the question, in the conversations of energy transition, what should be our stand? Where should we be focusing on, and who should drive our narrative? So on this year's theme on revitalizing the industry, future fuels, and energy transition, should our focus be our gas, our hydrocarbon? And remember, our coal across Nigeria is still under the ground, not being tapped nor used. On that note, in my capacity, once again, I say a warm welcome to all of you to this 5th edition of the Nigeria International Energy Summit. Proceeding now to welcoming remarks, I'd like to first off welcome the chairman of Brevity Anderson. By the way, it's been 5 years. I think Brevity Anderson deserves a resounding applause for the doggedness, for the determination, and the total commitment to producing this event at this level of excellence and keeping it at the same, increasing it notch by notch year on year. We thank you, Brevity. Now let's welcome Brevity's chairman, who would walk us through the first of the opening remarks, Paul Olatunde Akoni.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, allow me to put my glasses on because I'm as blind as a bat without them. And Richmond, as always, gives a wonderful opening, doesn't he, I must say. It calls upon me to sort of give a few words on behalf of Brevity Anderson, and I'm delighted to do so. Let me first of all say, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Senate President, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, State Governors here present, Honourable Ministers, both from Nigeria and abroad, Federal Permanent Secretaries, Chief Executives of national and foreign oil companies, all delegates here, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to the 5th edition of this event. Previously it was called the N.I.E.S event, which I'm sure you've all remembered, but as I said, last year it got renamed to be the Nigerian International Energy Summit. This is the first year of it. And I have to say, it looks bigger and better every time I look around. When we first started this event, it was smaller, it was more intimate, but now we're bigger and equally as intimate. So I'm pleased to be here amongst you. So I'd like to say congratulate all of us who are present for what we've done so far. Within this period, the summit has transformed from being known as Nigerian International Petroleum Summit to its current brand, as I've said, and really in keeping with the global agenda for energy transition. I also wish to remind us that this summit is the only federal government of Nigerian official energy industry event, with the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources and all its pharmaceuticals as joint hosts. Brevity Anderson is the major event player in all that situation. If I look back at how far the summit has evolved over the past 4 editions and where we are at present, I cannot but say that as the event's producers, Brevity Anderson has truly built the summit from scratch to its objectives of projecting an international outlook for Nigeria's energy industry, and at the same time providing the definitive platform for Nigeria and Africa in general to engage the global energy community. This summit has never shied away from its primary goal of setting agendas for the industry. That is why in choosing the theme for NIES 2022, we opted for, as you can see around us, revitalizing the industry, future fuels and energy transition. Given the pace of global developments, Nigeria cannot afford to think in the short term where energy is concerned. In line with our futuristic outlook too, we have also taken information technology and innovation very seriously. It is no secret that the advent of the information technology and innovation has helped to move us forward. And in many ways, we have like to thank our present partners, Huawei, for what they've done with us today and what they're trying to do with us. I know they're going to be doing a major event and sponsoring one of the events for later on today. But we're looking forward to seeing that. We want to thank the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Muhammad Buhari, GCFR, and the Honourable Minister of State for Petroleum, His Excellency Chief Temporary Silva, for the continued and unrelenting support in making this event possible. We are grateful to all the speakers and all the resources personnel that have been here today, especially the local organisation committees who have done a lot of work for us. I want to add one final thing. We live in an ever-changing world, especially what's going on in terms of geopolitics right now in parts of Europe. In many ways, Nigeria has an important, and Africa has an important step to play in what's taking place in this changing world. I think what we will see, I'm hoping what will come out of this event over the next few days, is greater cooperation, greater collaboration, and an opportunity for us to, as Africans, to put a step down to show that we are major players in this world, which we are. So with that, I say thank you very much, and I will hand over to much more eloquent speakers than myself to present their case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Paul Olatunde Akoni is the chairman of Brevity Anderson. The say to err is human, to pause is divine. I want to pause for a second and recognize the man who began this as a vision and then saw to it that it became reality. He's joined us here this morning. I want to appreciate the presence of the immediate past Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Dr. Emmanuel Ibekachukwu. Good morning to you, sir. Good morning. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, every team requires an administrator that would take instructions from bosses and pass it on to captains and players. And our indefatigable administrator for this team of the event is none other than our next speaker. We appreciate him for his work and thank him for his dedication. We welcome the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Petroleum Resources, Dr. Nasir Sani Gwazo, MNI.
The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by the Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Petroleum Resources. He is the man today that wears 3 caps. Traditionally, when you represent someone, you wear 2 caps, yours and his. But today, the Minister of State is wearing 3 caps. He's representing the President, he's representing the Minister of Petroleum, and he is the Minister of State for Petroleum. Honorable Minister, sir. The Senate President, who has confirmed he's still on his way, the Speaker as well, State Governors here present, and of course, the Honorable Ministers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the Honorable Ministers from abroad, our distinguished guests, Federal Permanent Secretaries, Secretary Generals of OPEC represented, APO represented, IEF in person, and GECF represented. Chief Executives of government agencies, Chief Executives of National Oil Company, that is the NNPC, and agencies, chairmen and members of the boards of directors of these agencies, chief executives of international oil companies, chairmen of OPTS and IPPG, and of course also our former Honorable Minister of State, all delegates, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to be here present in the 5th edition of the Nigeria International Energy Summit, NIES. At the last summit, we had the opportunity to discuss the Petroleum Industry Bill, PIB. But this year's summit, we will have the opportunity to discuss Petroleum Industry Act, PIA, and remain grateful for the continued feedback and comments that we'll be receiving coming in from various directions and groups at different fora in working towards the implementation of the Act and advancing our oil and gas industry in general. I am particularly pleased with the choice of this year's theme, which revolves around energy for the future, revitalizing the industry, future fuels, and energy transition. The theme was carefully selected to reflect the current reality in the world energy mix today and the transition trend to cleaner and sustainable energy. The Ministry of Petroleum Resources has, in the last few years, pursued the transformation agenda of this present administration of delivering 9 strategic priorities for building sustainable industries with indigenous participation to ensuring investment in capital projects, thereby enhancing job creation opportunities and, of course, poverty eradication. The Ministry of Petroleum Resources and its agencies give effect to government's aspirations in oil and gas industry and jointly also increases ability to deliver on the agenda of government. The Ministry of Petroleum Resources also remains committed to global and domestic energy transition agenda, from oil and gas to cleaner and sustainable energy, which will ultimately lead to cleaner, safer, and sustainable energy by the year 2060. Through various plans and actions, we remain committed to driving long-term sustainable policy direction and monitoring policy implementation across the entire sector. As we deliberate on the topic, revitalizing the industry, future fuels, and energy transition, it is my belief that the outcome of this summit will help the ministry in its bid to actualize the Decade of Gas initiative as an initial stage or strategy for cutting greenhouse gas by 20% by the year 2030. Our sincere thanks goes to Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief, President Muhammadu Buhari, for his guidance and continued support, and of course our amiable Honorable Minister of State, Chief Temipre Silva, for providing unparalleled leadership. All our parastatals and agencies of government, other ministries represented here, partners, sponsors, delegates, various committees, media, and other stakeholders, and of course, our own indefatigable chief organizer, Brevity Anderson. We appreciate you and thank you for your efforts. It is with great pleasure that I welcome each and every one of you to this 5th edition of the Nigeria International Energy Summit 2022 and wish you a fruitful stay and deliberations. You are most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Nasir Saniguazo is the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. Thank you. Onwards, we move on to our next speaker in the welcome remarks. It is also important that I salute all of the amazing, brilliant female professionals in the oil and gas industry who are represented here today. I want to appreciate all of you, the different women groups in the industry, and in particular, the partners for this event, the CBWN. We appreciate and recognize your presence. Mrs. Ngozi, thank you for being here. Onwards now, we continue with the welcoming remarks as we take our next speaker, the Pioneer Commission Chief Executive, Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. Let's welcome Engineer Gbenga Komolafe, FNSE.
Your Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, here represented by the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocols and just do the easy task I've been assigned, that is to give the welcome remark. Permit me to express that I'm very delighted and honored to present a welcome remark at this opening session of the 5th International Energy Summit. The theme of this year's summit, Revitalizing the Industry, Future Fuels and Energy Transition, is well focused as it offers unique opportunity for networking and a one-stop shop for all stakeholders to come together to discuss and share knowledge on ways to reposition the Nigeria oil and gas industry for higher productivity and attraction of new investments. Distinguished stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, in the course of deliberations and knowledge sharing at this summit, the Nigeria Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, will seek the opportunity to share insights with potential investors on statutory mandates of the Commission and the shifts in its regulatory direction since the passage of the Petroleum Industry Act. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the PI 2021 comprehensively empowers the NUPRC to carry out both technical and commercial regulation of the upstream oil and gas sector, and as well offers attractive fiscal, regulatory, and governance regimes for attraction of investments into the sector. Ladies and gentlemen, fossil fuels are expected to continue to meet much of world's energy demand, despite the growth in renewable energy and nuclear power. In order to meet increasing demand for petroleum energy, countries will need to carry out increased exploration, adopt advanced technology to maximize production yields and increase oil and gas results. Distinguished stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, the energy transition regime has posed a challenge and opportunity for Nigeria to reposition its energy focus and regulatory policies towards development of clean and renewable energy. Already, investors in the upstream have been tasked to provide their green story as a basis for attracting required funds for development. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, our invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is noteworthy that Nigeria is the largest economy in Africa, 25th largest in the world by nominal GDP. Emerging global power, World Bank rated emerging market, and a maritime nation with 206 TCF gas reserve and crude oil and condensate reserve of 37 billion barrels. Nigeria has huge potential to monetize and drive optimal value from its oil and gas assets in response to the challenges posed by the energy transition regime. Also, let me remark that the supply disruptions caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine resulted in upward swing of crude oil prices surpassing $100 per barrel for the first time since 2014. This development offers market potential for Nigeria to key into optimizing its oil and gas assets. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, in view of the fact that Nigeria as a nation cannot exist in isolation of global trend in energy transition, the NUPRC, as part of implementation of its statutory regulatory mandate, we continue to ensure that operators present their green story in field development in a manner that incorporates carbon capture and commercialization. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to seize this opportunity to welcome each and every one of you, our invited guests, honorable ministers they are present, and to wish you all that at the end of the program, we would have achieved the intention for the summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Engineer Gbenga Komolafe, FNSE, is the Pioneer Commission Chief Executive of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. And next is the other regulator that came out of the PIA. I'd like to welcome the Pioneer Authority Chief Executive of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Let's welcome Engineer Farouk Ahmed.
Your Excellency, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, MNI, here represented, Your Excellency, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, please permit me to stand on the existing protocol as earlier established. I wish to seize this opportunity to congratulate and thank the Honorable Minister of Petroleum Resources, Mr. President, and the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Chief Timothy Silva, for the focused and sustained leadership over the energy sector of Nigerian economy. The outcome of your leadership role in the sector, particularly the PIA, the Decade of Gas, implementation of the key infrastructure projects like the AKK, strategic focus on enhancing domestic refining capacity, expansion of gas utilization, to mention just a few, has set clear legacies that will guarantee the sustainable development of this critical sector in ensuring energy security for Nigeria and social economic revitalization using our enormous hydrocarbon resources. This year's summit, being the fifth in its edition in the series, has clearly evolved into becoming a strategic enabler for critical energy policy definition, as well as revitable investment opportunity for this industry. I therefore call upon all participants to use this year's summit to deepen the gains that have been achieved in the transformation of the energy sector in Nigeria. The legislative and regulatory certainty that the PIA has provides must serve as a mandate to grow the industry, especially the development and modernization and monetization of our abundant gas resources. The energy transition must serve as an enabler to create access to funding for our fossil resources, as well as drive investment in critical energy infrastructure that will not only secure the energy security and industrialization via gas-based industries and the attendant job creation and economic development, but also accelerate development of the renewable energy subsector of the industry as a source of future revenues for the country. The theme, Revitalizing and the Industry, Future Fuels Transition, is highly commendable and relevant and appropriate in both domestic and global context of ensuring clean and sustainable energy availability, and could have not come at a better time in the global race towards the clear aspiration of net zero emissions targets. However, Your Excellencies, let me emphasize that our energy transition target must be realistic and customized to our needs. This is the only way to make our energy transition journey truly sustainable. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, the NNDPRA, looks forward to receiving strategic insights from this energy summit on ingenious approaches that must be emplaced towards promoting energy security, economic stability and growth, and sustainable development of the Nigerian energy sector, using the extensive resources of this nation, especially gas, and interfacing with key stakeholders on all areas of regulatory enablement of the midstream and downstream energy value chain. The NNDPRA looks forward to collaborating with all stakeholders to ensure we have safe and sustainable midstream and downstream operations, as well as actively seeking and enabling much-needed investment in the subsector. Once again, Your Excellencies, welcome to the 2022 Nigerian International Energy Summit. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Engineer Farouk Ahmed is the Authority Chief Executive, Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to win a relay race, an athlete must run the best he or she can and ensure that when he passes the baton, his teammate finishes first. Our next speaker, since receiving the baton of leadership from his predecessor, has been running the relay race of local content in our country, increasing in-country retention, empowering Nigerians, and stimulating manufacturing with the parks coming on stream in the nearest of future. I'd like to now welcome our next speaker, the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, the game changer, Engineer Simbi Kesie Wabote.
Thank you, Richmond. You've already made my remarks for me. So, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, the GMD of NNPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on already established protocol. My role this morning is very simple because there will be a lot of opportunity to have discussions around the energy transition that we find ourselves today in. And there will be a lot of discussions, this time not on the bill, but on the PIA, expanding on the opportunities, expanding on the challenges, and taking advantage of the opportunities that the Act brings for itself. For us in NCDMB, we see a huge opportunity in terms of where we want to be in the next couple of years. In NCDMB, we believe that behind every dark cloud, there is a silver lining. That is our mantra. And behind the challenges that the COVID-19 brought to us as a country, we have seen the need for local content. We have also seen the need to grow indigenous participation. We have also seen the need to build capacity amongst our people. Today, despite the challenges of COVID-19, NCDMB added 17 new operators into our system. And with the ongoing divestment, we see a huge opportunity where Nigerians should take charge of their natural resources and, of course, produce for their people. Therefore, for me, this summit gives us a great opportunity to expand on those discussions and, again, to set the target for ourselves where we want to be with regards to local content development. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I believe I have the podium on several occasions to speak on this. Therefore, let me use this opportunity to welcome all delegates, especially visiting ministers from other African countries, and all other delegates and captains of industry. One thing I must tell you, for where we have taken local content to in our industry today, it is time for us to synergize as Africa in order to expand that opportunity beyond the shores of Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome, and I wish you all the best at this summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Simbi Kesewabote, the Executive Secretary and Chief Executive, Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board. If you're a French speaker, the receivers on their chairs tune to channel 2 for French, and should a French speaker come up, tune to channel 1 for English. Thank you. Like a prolific technical advisor of a good football team, our next speaker has taken the company he operates as the chief executive from loss to profit, from opaqueness to transparency, and from an entity that is now empowering Nigerians across the value chain. I'd like to welcome the Chief Executive Officer and Group Managing Director of NNPC Limited, our national host, Mr. Mele Kolo Kiari, FNAPI. Thank
you very much, Desmond. Mr. President, ably represented by Honorable Minister, please permit me to avoid all protocols. And to thank the organizers of this event. Obviously, it couldn't have come at a better time than today, or this moment. It's very obvious that the world is gravitating towards a net zero carbon situation. Our country is committed to net zero by year 2060, which also means that a number of steps must be taken. Companies must act differently, businesses must do things different. regulators must do different kind of regulation, policymakers must make different kind of policies so that we can achieve that objective by 2060. Achieving that objective also means more bigger thing than just mentioning it. Today in this country, and most of Sub-Saharan Africa, we all know that we are energy deficient, there's poverty of energy, and that there's a huge gap that is there to be filled. We also understand the necessities of converting the internal combustion engine, as form of transportation to something different, something much more climate-friendly and efficient. But the reality today is that, in Sub-Saharan Africa, we're very, very far away from getting to that limit. And therefore, it is important that businesses act differently. We will lead this in our country and also in Sub-Saharan Africa for very obvious reasons, because this country has the larger reserves of gas. We have the larger reserve of crude oil, including condensates. And therefore, there's simply no way you can transit to a net carbon zero situation without necessarily having a transition fuel. It is very clear to the world that gas will be the transition fuel. And that can't happen except you're able to put it on the ground, convert it to usable form, and also make it available to its users. You also can't do except you find financing for it. And today, we all understand the level of underfunding in the fossil fuel industry. Year to year, 10 years ago and today compared, we're at 50% of that level. And the impacts are already showing. There's a clear demand and supply gap that we are seeing today. And that's why we are seeing the $104 oil in the market today. No one has invested significantly in the last 10 years, and more so in the last 5 years. And much more difficult in our country today because we are not able to invest in the fossil fuel industry in the last 5 years to an extent that we are seeing the effect of what that really means. And therefore, it is my singular honor to the Honorable Minister, with your permission, to say that transition must have sanity. And there must be justice in transmission, energy transition. And that justice means that help us to get to a point where we're able to transport our ordinary people from their homes to their workplaces in the short term, and ultimately also assist us in making sure that we have the most friendly fuel that is put in place in the next 5 to 10 years, and ultimately, as we also build our ability to put the renewables on the table, and even that we can't do without financing, and we also know that there's shortage of finance in this respect. And therefore, for us in NNPC, we're here to serve you. We're here to facilitate this process. We'll work with our partners. And of course, we are seeing some of the consequences my brother Simbi has said. Companies are divesting. They are leaving our country, literally. That's the best way to put it. But they're not leaving because opportunities are not here, because companies are shifting their portfolios where they can add value, and not just that, where they can also add to the journey towards net carbon 0%. We understand this very, very perfectly. But also can't afford not to realize that this country must benefit from the realities of today. We will work with our partners. We understand the necessity for divestments. We do know that there are issues. We understand that this must take place, but also that it must be done in such a way that we are able to deal with issues around abandonment, decommissioning, and also making sure that whatever arrangement that's put in place ensures that we are also aligned along the energy transition journey that we're going through. Finally, Honorable Minister, the effect of energy supply can be seen if you come out to our streets today. A minor disruption in supply can cause the chaos that you are seeing in our streets. And that means that those redundancies must be settled. As a country, we must address the issue of local production of finished petroleum products, even in the short term. And this is what we are doing. We haven't achieved that. But you can see that the internal combustion engine challenge is a major social issue. And of course, we can't afford not to fill that gap today, much less of living with the fact that energy transition is a problem for all of us. In Africa, as we all know, only 3% of the total emissions come from Africa. We're not doing a catch-up. But the reality today is that even if you switch up the 3% of the emission that comes from Africa, you've done nothing. And therefore, for us, we're in a very vintage position where our additions will now be environment-friendly in a manner that will achieve the 2060 deadline that we have taken for ourselves. but in a way that we also avoid social chaos in our country. And this is where we are. And Honorable Minister, with your permission, also avoiding all protocols, I would like to thank you again for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mele Kolo Kiari, FNAPE, GMD and Chief Executive of NNPC Limited. Thank you, our national host sponsor. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in the discourse of energy transition, it is important for Africa to have a voice, a front, to stand in unity and take a decision. Our next speaker is leading or responsible for managing the secretariat of a group in the industry for Africa taking such a stand. Please welcome Secretary General, Africa Petroleum Producers Organization, Dr. Omar Farouk Ibrahim.
Your Excellency Muhammad Buhari, President and Commander-in-Chief, represented by His Excellency Timipre Silva, Minister of State for Petroleum Resources. Leadership of the National Assembly here present, Honorable Ministers, Ministers and heads of APO member countries, and heads of delegations, captains of industry, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. In my goodwill message to the last edition of the summit in 2021, I had traced the history of NIES to the foresight of Dr. Emmanuel Ibukachukwu, then Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, who on his return from the Offshore Technology Conference in 2016, resolved that Africa must have its own version of the OTC. I had also commended his successor, His Excellency Timipre Silva, for his decision to continue with some of the initiatives started by his predecessor, noting that one of the biggest challenges militating against Africa's development is policy discontinuity. I noted the thoroughness with which Minister Silva reviewed all programs he met on the ground, making changes where necessary and improving on them as he implemented them. Today, as we celebrate the 5th edition of NIES, permit me to once again congratulate these two gentlemen for their contribution not only to the institutionalization of this laudable project, but also for setting an example for other leaders to follow, namely, to undertake an objective review of what one finds on the ground, further develop the good ones, and discard what may not be worth the time and resources. I should also congratulate the organizers of NIES, Brevity Anderson, for the successes they have been recording under what is inarguably a very difficult operating environment. Excellencies, you would have noticed that I keep referring to today's event as NIES, not NIES, as the new official name is. The first reason is that I'm used to NIES, and it sounds great to me. But a more important reason is that as a representative of the African Petroleum Producers Organization, APO, our continent's intergovernmental body for oil and gas, I find in the abandonment of the name petroleum for energy as capitulating to the intimidation of the anti-fossil fuel lobby. Who are determined to give a dog a bad name in order to hang it. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as African countries, especially those whose economies are highly dependent on oil and gas revenues, grapple with the energy transition, analysts are beginning to see 3 approaches to how African oil and gas producing countries can address the global energy transition. The first approach is to fall for the position the anti-fossil fuel group hook, line, and sinker. Countries that adopt this approach look to the anti-fossil fuel groups of the developed countries for support to make a quick transition from fossil fuels to renewables. Carrots in the form of climate finance, transfer of technology, foreign direct investment, etc., are dangled before them. With these promises, these countries begin to churn out policies to relegate fossil fuels to the background, even when these countries have tens of billions of proven crude oil and hundreds of trillions of frozen gas reserves in their countries. They begin to want to distance themselves from fossil fuels, or at least oil, in the first instance. But once a country starts distancing its economy from one of its mainstays, namely oil, it is just a matter of time before that country will be forced to also distance itself from gas. I hope very soon Mr. Kyari will not be forced to change the name of NNPC to NNEC. This approach believes that Africa's salvation lies with the developed world. It believes that Africa cannot make it without external support and guidance. The second approach are the rejectionists. This group of countries comprise those that believe that energy transition is a conspiracy devised by the developed world to stop the underdeveloped but resource-endowed countries from making the major leap into industrial development. To these countries, energy is critical to socioeconomic development, and that even if the science of climate change is established beyond any reasonable doubt, they are not ready to abandon fossil fuels until they have reached a level of socioeconomic development that will guarantee the basics of life for their population. These countries believe that Africa, that has contributed between 2 and 4% of global energy emissions, there is no justification to call on Africa to abandon its most affordable and reliable energy source for some energy that has not been tried and tested. This is more so as this school of thought believes that Africa is on the verge of an industrial breakthrough. To this group, even though Africa has not been able to master the technology of the oil and gas industry despite decades of operations, Africa can continue to produce fossil fuels without external support. To this group, energy transition is a blessing in the sense that it shall compel Africa to develop the required technology to sustain production in the industry, develop a continent-wide energy market, and also develop continental, regional, and sub-regional energy infrastructure. And the third approach, or the pragmatists, are countries that fall between the first and the second. These are a group of countries that agree that greenhouse gas emissions are harmful to the atmosphere and that every effort should be made to reduce or end it. It also believes that the developed world championing it, it is futile for any developing or poor dependent country to go against it. But they also recognize that they cannot hurriedly abandon fossil fuels. They still believe they need foreign markets for their fossil fuels, even when they know that if they aggressively pursue a policy of creating a continent-wide market from the 1.3 billion people in Africa, nearly half of whom live without electricity or any form of modern energy, the total production of oil and gas in Africa will not be enough for the African continent. Of the three approaches, the pragmatists seem to me to be on the ascendancy in Africa today. And this has been attributed to the consumption pattern of our elites. The elite want to continue to get foreign markets for their oil and gas in their raw form in order to get the foreign exchange with which to continue importing luxury goods and services. But for how long can we continue this way? Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa oil and gas producing countries cannot make much progress until we are able to undertake a critical evaluation of the dire situation we are going to face with the successful pursuit of the Paris and Glasgow agreements on climate change. In this respect, I should like to announce that a major study commissioned by the APO Council of Ministers, some of whom are here today with us, both in person and virtual, titled The Future of the Oil and Gas Industry in Africa in the Light of Energy Transition, has been completed and was submitted to the APO Ministerial Council at its last meeting in December 2021. Given the critical importance of the recommendations of the study, the Ministerial Council approved that it be presented to the Summit of Heads of State of APO member countries scheduled sometime this year. Before I conclude, I would like to make one observation regarding the number and quality of summits, conferences, seminars, exhibitions on oil and gas held every year in our member countries, each claiming to be the most prestigious energy event in the country or the continent. Having so many such conferences in one country when we are trying to encourage our people to join the industry in the past was good, but times have changed. The event organizers can confirm that the competition for sponsorship, delegates attendance, etc., is unwittingly affecting the quality of these events. It is time the industry thought of collaboration and cooperation to produce what can be truly national oil and gas events, while at the continental level, APO provides the umbrella for some of the best continental energy event managers to organize a continental summit for oil and gas. We plan to do this on a rotational basis amongst our member countries. I would like to use this opportunity to once again appreciate the leadership role of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who started the Africa Local Content Roundtable, which it graciously conceded to APO to organize as a continental event and to be held on a rotational basis. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Dr. Omar Farouk Ibrahim is the Secretary General of Africa Petroleum Producers Organization. Onwards now to the Secretary General of International Energy Forum. Welcome, Dr. Joseph McMonigal. Let's put our hands together and welcome him. Thank you very much.
Well, good morning, Your Excellency, President Buhari, Your Excellency, and my good friend, Tiampre Silva, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Your Excellencies, friends, ladies and gentlemen, and members of the press. It gives me great pleasure to start my first trip as Secretary General to Nigeria and to offer a message of goodwill to all of you at the start of this important conference, where we will be discussing one of the biggest challenges facing us today. I refer here not to the climate crisis, but to the energy crisis. With rising prices of oil and gas around the world and mounting fears of scarcity, I'm keenly aware that for many Africans, energy scarcity has been a daily reality for decades. Lack of access to affordable, clean energy has devastating impacts on human health, the economy, and education. It is a shocking fact that 3/4 of the estimated 800 million people worldwide who lack access to electricity live on the African continent. And by 2050, 1 in 4 people in the world will be African. So this is an issue that, like Africa itself, will only grow in importance. While we make progress to stop greenhouse gas emissions and reverse global warming, we must also urgently address widespread energy poverty. Affordability and universal access to energy are prerequisites to the transition to net zero. I feel this simple fact is often overlooked in the debate on the energy transition, and I hope it will get renewed attention at the next climate change conference in Egypt on the African continent later this year. I was delighted to join you last March at the launch of Nigeria's Decade of Gas conference, and I am encouraged to see the progress you are making to develop your natural gas resources. It is absolutely essential that Africa get better access to capital to build the energy infrastructure it needs. Turning to oil markets, current price spikes and volatility are very concerning to both producers and consumers. Even before the current geopolitical risk in Europe, oil markets were already tight. The latest Jody oil market data analysis reveals that demand has returned to about 98% of pre-pandemic levels, while supply sits at about 95%. Nearly half of that supply gap is from the slower return of production in the United States. So I know, Minister Silva, you get questioned all the time about the challenges of Nigeria's production, but rest assured you're in good company with the United States on that point. The IEF is keen to work more closely with Africa, and we are already preparing for the 17th IEF ministerial meeting in Riyadh later this year that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will host, which will be co-hosted by Nigeria. And I hope that we can bring an IEF ministerial meeting to Africa and Nigeria soon. Only with access to reliable and affordable energy will Africa unleash its vast potential and move towards broad-based prosperity. So I wish you all the very best in your deliberations this week. Please count on the International Energy Forum, the IEF, as a strong ally of Nigeria and all of Africa as we seek to enhance understanding of global energy priorities and the need to place African interests at the heart of the international energy debate. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Dr. Joseph McMonigal, the Secretary General of IEF. As the IOCs continue to diverse and the independents take them up, the IPPG is indeed a group that will ensure that independents become global players through collaboration and partnerships. Let's welcome the chairman of IPPG for his goodwill address, Mr. Abdul Razak Isa.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Minister of Petroleum Resources, President Muhammad Buhari, here represented by His Excellency Chief Timothy Silva, the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources. I'm going to stand on all existing protocols. Your Excellencies, captains of industry, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and pleasure on behalf of the Independent Petroleum Producers Group, IPPG, to convey this goodwill message on this auspicious occasion, the 2022 Nigeria International Energy Summit. I must begin by congratulating His Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, on the unprecedented milestone delivered by his administration to exponentially move the oil and gas sector forward. Notably, following assent, the Petroleum Industry Act became effective 18th of August 2021 after almost 2 decades of industry-wide uncertainties and diminished investor confidence. This landmark legislation has begun the transformation of Nigeria oil and gas industry and will no doubt serve as a catalyst for the growth of Nigerian economy. I will also use this opportunity to commend the Honorable Minister of State, Petroleum Resources, Chief Timothy Silva, for organizing this summit and successfully hosting previous summits. These summits have always provided a platform to share ideas, showcase unique capabilities and investment opportunities in the industry,
and co-create solutions to some of the key challenges facing our industry. The theme of this year's summit, Revitalizing the Industry, Future Fuels and Energy Transition, is topical and resonates with the current operating landscape. It underscores the importance of repositioning our industry in the face of ongoing global energy transition. The journey towards decarbonization of the energy mix is well underway. Nigeria cannot afford to be left behind or reactive to the transition and substitution. We would like to congratulate Mr. President for declaring year 2060 as Nigeria's net zero target during the last COP26 in Glasgow. This was backed by Nigeria's nationally determined contribution, which was updated in July 2021, being a requirement under the Article 4.2 of the Paris Agreement. Targeted policies and legislation must be formulated and implemented to enable the country to utilize its gas reserves as a lower carbon bridge to energy transition. It is therefore reassuring that proactive and concerted efforts are being undertaken by government through policy initiatives such as declaring 2021 to 2030 as the decade of gas to fully utilize and commercialize the nation's abundant gas resources. Your Excellencies, captains of industry, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, notwithstanding the notable achievements recorded to date across oil and gas sector in Nigeria, there is an existential threat of facing us today. Insecurity has assumed different dimensions as the level of theft of crude oil is both unprecedented and unsustainable. In 2021 alone, producers in some parts of the Niger Delta suffered losses of between 15% to as high as 90%. Such monumental losses attributable to theft are a major threat to our business, revenues to government, as well as to national security. We commend the government on the current efforts being undertaken to address these challenges. Being the most impacted group, we are willing to partner with government in delivering speedy and lasting solutions to these security challenges so that Nigeria can capture the gains of the global energy market. Let me conclude with some words of gratitude. First, to His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari for his continuous support for the survival and growth of our oil and gas business, upstream, midstream, and downstream. Secondly, we are most grateful to our Minister of State for Petroleum Resources for always making himself available anytime we need to reach him. IPPG reaffirms its continuous commitment and support to the policies and programs of government, the NNPC Limited, industrial regulators, and other relevant stakeholders for the benefit of the industry as well as Nigeria. Finally, Mr. President, as chairman of Walter Smith Petroman Oil Limited, I would like to thank you for commissioning our modular refinery in Imo State and to acknowledge the support of the Honorable Minister of State, Chief Timi Silva, and the GMD of NNPC, Malam Mele Kolokiari, in the implementation of your directives at the commissioning. We are grateful. I thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdulrazak Isa, as the chairman of IPPG and, of course, the chairman of Walter Smith Group. Thank you. Onwards now to another group in the industry, and this time they have helped in building capacity in the oil and gas industry that has brought a lot of this independence, the OPTS. Let's welcome the chairman of the Oil Producers Trade Section and also the managing director of Chevron, Mr. Rick Kennedy.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and please allow me to stand on previously established protocol. On behalf of the Oil Producers Trade Section of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I thank the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources and the organizers of this summit for the opportunity to be part of this year's edition of the Nigerian International Energy Summit. I also wish to use this opportunity to congratulate the Minister of State for past successful summits, which have been a platform for highlighting Nigeria's strong capabilities in the oil and gas sector and investment opportunities that are available. The theme of this year's summit, Revitalizing the Industry, Future Fuels and Energy Transition, is timely for all stakeholders, having spent the last couple of years adjusting to the various challenges faced in the world, and particularly in the energy industry. Some crises we have experienced reflect short-term challenges such as contraction in oil demand and disruptions in the oil and gas value chains caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. As the world progressively acts to mitigate and limit the impact of the pandemic, signals of a global economic recovery and growth will present Nigeria with new opportunities to develop its natural resources. 2021 also saw momentum towards the energy transition and global reduction in the use of fossil fuels, with Nigeria enacting the Climate Act and committing to reach net zero in 2060. While this may impact demand for hydrocarbons in the long term, it brings into focus the importance of a smooth implementation of the Petroleum Industry Act. A stable, predictable, fiscally competitive, and cost-effective business environment is essential to ensure investments in the Nigerian oil and gas industry remain attractive. It is our hope that this summit will help to identify and procure solutions towards ensuring sustained development of Nigeria's resources, particularly gas, which is a key enabler in Nigeria's energy transition. Doing so will boost investor confidence and help attract investment to grow the industry for the benefit of all stakeholders. In all this, OPTS remains committed as a trusted partner of the government and all stakeholders to move the industry forward. I wish us all very fruitful discussions at this summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rick Kennedy is, of course, the chairman of OPTS and MD of Chevron Nigeria. Thank you. Before I take the last two addresses for this opening ceremony, let me just inform us what will be happening following the opening ceremony. Following the opening ceremony, we would have the international panel session where we would have on the stage ministers from the different countries that are in the room and some of the heads of our agencies here. Thereafter would be a refreshment break, and bilateral meetings will start happening amongst these visiting delegations and ministers that are in the room. About the same time, while the bilateral meetings are happening here, we will also have the Innovation, Technology, and Young Energy Professionals Forum, an initiative of Huawei, that will take place in the ICC about the same time, so it's going to run concurrently. Now, following that, we're going to have a second stream of the same Innovation, Technology, and Energy Professionals Forum. Following that, later this evening, we'll have a networking reception with the Executive Secretary of the NCDMB, sponsored by Sigma. And then following that will be the NIES 2022 Gala, sponsored by the NCDMB. Both the networking reception and the gala dinner will all be taking place here at the State Hall, banquet hall of the State House. So we proceed now to an address, albeit remotely, from the Secretary General of OPEC. I did say earlier that he's unable to join us, no thanks to the current geopolitical tensions across Europe. But he has sent in a video to address us in his goodwill for this session. Technical, shall we please listen to the Secretary General of OPEC?
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, my fellow compatriots, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor and privilege to take part in this fifth edition of the Nigerian International Energy Summit. My sincere apologies for not being able to join you in person today. I had been looking forward to traveling to Abuja, but due to the fast changing geopolitical situation in Europe with its many implications for energy markets, I must remain in Vienna at this time. I would like to first of all recognize His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari and express our sincere appreciation for his fervent, steadfast support of Nigeria's energy industry, which is so well represented at this summit. This highly successful track record of supporting Nigeria's industry took a massive leap forward last year when the then Petroleum Industry Bill was passed by both chambers of the 9th National Assembly of our great country. This long-awaited legislation for the oil and gas sector is bringing about the necessary reforms designed to strengthen institutions, solidify regulatory and fiscal frameworks, and attract much-needed investment in a sustainable manner. We commend the 9th National Assembly for enacting this long-awaited legislation. At OPEC, we very much consider President Muhammadu Buhari as one of our own. An OPEC veteran, he has been heavily involved in the organization's affairs for decades and is currently the only serving head of state in the world who made his career by being intensely involved in the OPEC family. He has maintained his avid interest in our organization, and we all draw inspiration from his commitment. Allow me to also recognize my friend, His Excellency Timothy Silva, Minister of State for Petroleum Resources and head of Nigeria's delegation to OPEC. Excellency, your leadership and active participation continue to enrich our ongoing pursuits to forge a sustainable stability in the oil market. My best regards and salutations to President of the OPEC Conference 2022, my friend and brother, His Excellency Bruno Jean-Richard Etoile, Congo's Minister of Hydrocarbons, His Excellency Gabriel Obiang Lima, Equatorial Guinea's Minister of Industry, Mines and Energy. My best regards to all other ministers, top industry officials, and delegates to this important conference in attendance today. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the fifth edition of the Nigerian International Energy Summit comes at a pivotal moment in the history of our industry. I want to commend the organizing committee under the able leadership of Comrade Mele Kolokyari, the Group Managing Director of the NNPC, for assembling a very thought-provoking and timely program. The theme of this conference, Revitalizing the Industry, Future Fuels and the Energy Transition, encapsulates perfectly the highly challenging and multidimensional dynamics of today's global energy industry. We can surely expect some highly insightful and useful outcomes from the deliberations we are about to embark on during this summit. Furthermore, it is extremely important that a major event of this nature is taking place on the African continent. African countries have historically assumed strong, proactive leadership roles in OPEC. The strong bonds between OPEC and Africa reflect the critical role that our great continent, with its young, vibrant, and talented population, will play in the future of the energy industry. I will provide more details and share OPEC's views and perspectives with my esteemed colleagues as we address these key issues during the international panel session, which will take place after the conclusion of this opening ceremony. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad Sanusi Bakindo, the Secretary General of OPEC. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in the last 2 years plus and counting, our next speaker has made good to the charge that was given to him by his boss regarding our industry. Some of the laudable achievements of his time in office will include the declaration of a decade of gas, the launch of the National Gas Expansion Program, the award of the AKK project, and the ramping up of local content retention in country. These and many more he continues to contribute to our nation. Join me now in welcoming His Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, represented by the man whom I speak of, His Excellency Chief Timipris Silva, Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, for the President's and the Minister's address.
Thank you very much. Well, today I'm wearing 3 caps, as the PAMSEC said. First, the cap of Mr. President, and then the cap of the Minister of Petroleum, and then my original, the cap of the Minister of State, Petroleum Resources. I will not beg to avoid protocols. And I will also not beg to stand on the protocols established. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that's myself, in this occasion, honorable ministers present here, the Minister of Trade and Industry and the Minister of State, Trade and Industry, the Minister of the Interior, the Minister of State, Power, and other ministers that are here, my brothers, ministers from Equatorial Guinea, the Minister of Hydrocarbon, Petroleum, Equatorial Guinea, Gabriel Obiang Lima, and the Minister of Petroleum, Niger Republic, who is also here by himself, Minister Isufu, the Deputy Minister of Petroleum, Ghana, who is here, representative of the Minister of Energy, Saudi Arabia, and other representatives of other ministers of African countries that are here, federal permanent secretaries, secretary generals of OPEC, the secretary general of APO, the secretary general of the IEF, and the GECF, chief executives of all government agencies here present, chief executives of our national oil company, the chief executives of international oil companies, chairman OPTS and IPPG, all delegates, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm fully aware that I'm doing all of us a favor today. We're all here not listening to stories about Ukraine and Russia for the first time in a long time, but discussing the thing that is most important to us, our industry. I will first speak as the Minister of State for Petroleum. I am highly delighted as Minister of State for Petroleum to welcome you all to the 5th edition Nigerian International Energy Summit. It is remarkable to note that this is the first of its kind since we rebranded in the year 2021 at the 4th edition from its initial name, the Nigerian International Petroleum Summit. This change is in tandem with the global energy transition and the need to ensure Nigeria remains relevant in the energy value chain. With all apologies to the Secretary General of APO. From the inception of this administration, the energy sector has rightly been elevated to the goose that lays the golden egg for the nation. Under the leadership of His Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, the energy sector achieved the gold standard status with many giant leaps, and we are encouraged by the attention His Excellency, Mr. President, has given to the sector. We are also humbled with the urgency with which Mr. President treats matters relating to the energy sector. On behalf of the stakeholders of this industry, I hereby say thank you, Mr. President. To Capitol, Mr. President assented the much-awaited Petroleum Industry Act on the 16th of August 2021, bringing to pass the much-sought relief to the industry in Nigeria. I'm highly elated because the promise I made at the last edition to pursue vigorously the passage of the bill has now come to fruition. The contributions of the National Assembly to the successes recorded by this administration in the energy sector has not gone unnoticed. I want to commend the leadership of the National Assembly, especially the Senate President, distinguished Ahmad Lawan, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, for the new lease of life in the executive-legislative relationship. The National Assembly truly deserves thumbs up for working across party lines, putting aside personal interests, and putting Nigeria first by passing the over-decade-old Petroleum Industry Bill into law. The Petroleum Industry Act has indeed given the industry more clarity and certainty. The industry is poised to attract huge investment needed to reposition the sector. It is noteworthy that government has matched words with actions with the swift implementation of certain provisions under the PIA. The following actions have already taken place. The Department of Petroleum Resources, DPR, Petroleum Product Pricing Agency, and the Petroleum Equalization Trust Fund have been scrapped. The National Petroleum Company, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, has been incorporated. The board of the company has equally been inaugurated. The boards of the Nigeria Upstream Regulatory Commission and the Midstream Downstream Regulatory Authority have also been inaugurated. Staff have also been transferred from the SY regulatory agencies. Ladies and gentlemen, with the PIA in place, expectations and optimisms are high. I have no doubt that the stakeholders in the energy sector gathered here are supercharged to meet the high expectations. While we bask in the euphoria of the PIA, let us not lose sight of the Decade of Gas initiative. Rightly, the federal government has declared natural gas as a transition fuel for the country. Thus, the Decade of Gas initiative provides us the linkage with the energy transition. While we will not wish away our vast hydrocarbon resources, let us remind ourselves that the energy transition is real. That is the direction the industry is moving globally, and Nigeria cannot afford to be left behind. The theme of this year's Nigeria International Energy Summit, Revitalizing the Industry, Future Fuels, and Energy Transition, is therefore apt for the moment. Climate change has also brought the discourse on energy transition to the front burner, which is to reduce carbon footprints to ensure global temperatures are within allowable limits of 1.5 degrees centigrade. As we all know, the African continent is bedeviled with energy poverty, which is a critical enabler to achieving the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The goals set out in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the 2015 Paris Agreement on Climate Change together provides an integrated pathway towards a more prosperous, equitable, and sustainable future. A future enabled by a just and inclusive transition to clean and modern energy. In adopting global future fuels, both energy poverty and climate change nexus have to be addressed simultaneously. It must be geared towards clean and sustainable sources. For countries such as Nigeria, that is rich in natural resources but still energy poor, the transition must not come at the expense of affordable and reliable energy for people, cities, and industry. On the contrary, it must be inclusive, equitable, and just, which means preserving the right to sustainable development and poverty eradication as enshrined in global treaties such as the Paris Accord. It is evident that what makes the most sense from the point of view of balancing energy security with environmental sustainability is the use of gas as a transition fuel. At the heart of this administration is a vision to drive infrastructure and industrial development of the country in order to prosper her citizens and make life more meaningful to all. Natural gas ticks all the boxes as a vehicle to help government achieve the aspiration. And that is why we embraced the resource to help turn around the economy by declaring the years 2021 to 2030 as Nigeria's Decade of Gas. To demonstrate that we're indeed committed to our vision, the Decade of Gas has now become an integral part of the federal government oil and gas roadmap. We have embarked on a critical pathway to ensuring that the over 200 trillion standard cubic feet of gas, or proven reserves of natural gas in Nigeria, is marshaled to engender domestic economic growth and development beyond 2030. Thus, we are driving to make natural gas our dominant primary energy source for use in the medium to long term. Thankfully, our reliable partner, The Nigeria Liquefied Natural Gas Limited is not backing out. They are fully backing this initiative all the way. Thank you, NLNG. In this regard, the ministry has launched the National Gas Expansion Program to expand Nigeria's domestic gas utilization as part of the national gas policy. The National Gas Flare Commercialization Program, as well as specific provisions in the New Petroleum Industry Act that elevates LPG as a fuel of choice compared to other competing fuels. With this program, we have established a 20 million cylinder injection scheme. 5 to 10 million of these are to be introduced in pilot states this year. We have also established an LPG energy fund in the order of $50 million in its first phase, in partnership with Afro-Exim Bank. LPG is said to be part of the destination as it is being used as a precursor for green hydrocarbon with zero emission. An eventual move to bio-LPG will allow countries like Nigeria to keep existing infrastructure in place, capitalize on already existing supply and distribution chains, and reach net zero at far lower cost. This, without doubt, will help overcome the concern of stranded assets, and consumers will not have to reinvest in expensive electrical solutions if their gas appliances can be repurposed for zero-carbon LPG. As we have done in the past editions of this summit, I expect free and frank exchanges in all our discussions, and I'm also prepared to present this summit outcome at the Federal Executive Council meeting. Nigeria and the entire continent of Africa count on you at this moment to ensure that we move our oil and gas industry forward. Once again, I welcome you all to Nigeria International Energy Summit 2022. I wish you all fruitful deliberations and an enjoyable stay in the city of Abuja. That is from me as Minister of State, Petroleum. Now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am not addressing you as Minister of State, as Petroleum. I am going to address you as President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to be here once again at Nigeria's #1 energy industry event, the Nigeria International Energy Summit. The federal government, through the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, together with all its agencies, have done well sustaining this summit since inception in 2018. More importantly, the summit has been of great value in terms of policy input for government and a business resource for the private sector. The year 2021 was a milestone for Nigeria's energy sector as it witnessed a number of record-breaking activities. The marginal fields bid round, the Petroleum Industry Act, and the declaration of the years 2021 to 2030 as a year of gas, as a decade of gas. The marginal fields bid round and the Petroleum Industry Act surmounted over an over a decade jinx before seeing the light of day. For the Decade of Gas initiative, it holds a promise for a prosperous Nigeria for Nigerians. You might ask, why will the marginal field bid round be such a big deal when the world is moving away from fossil fuels? The answer is simple. Awarding the marginal field gives Nigeria and Nigerians the opportunity to speed up its fossil fuel exploitation and make quick use of this resource before it is abandoned as the fuel of choice. Crude oil prices are on the increase, on the rise again, after turning negative in April 2020. It is a great opportunity for us as a country. With Petroleum Industry Act in place, there should be no excuses. The enabling investment environment, which has been the bane of the industry, has been taken care of by provisions of the PIA. There is now a level of certainty for the regulatory, administrative, and fiscal framework and the legitimate grievances of host communities most impacted by activities of the industry has been addressed by the Act. To demonstrate our seriousness, the administration did not waste time with the implementation of the PIA. We moved quickly and replaced existing agencies, the DPR, PEF, and PPPRA, were scrapped and replaced with the Commission and the authority. We have inaugurated their new chief executives and their boards, the chairman of the boards. We have also ensured the incorporation of the Nigeria National Petroleum Company Limited under the Companies and Allied Matters Act. The NNPC Limited is a limited liability company now, and our target is to make it the biggest and the most capitalized and the most profitable company in the whole of Africa. For the Decade of Gas initiative, our major objective remains the transformation of Nigeria into a gas-based industrialized nation through enhanced accelerated gas revolution. We will ensure further optimal exploitation and utilization of the country's vast natural gas resources. Given the country's potential of about 600 TCF natural gas reserves, has enormous potential to diversify and grow Nigeria's economy. We are fully aware that energy transition raises the bar in terms of environmental, social, and governance demands. We do not have to panic. We are already building blocks and bricks that will ensure seamless energy transition as the country joins in the race for net zero carbon emission. That is why this administration declared natural gas as a transition fuel for Nigeria. Without doubt, natural gas ticks all the boxes. We are prepared to face the challenge of the rising global demand for cleaner energy sources. I urge this summit to develop smart homegrown goals for the country's energy transition. We are waiting to deliberate on the strategy paper from this summit and incorporate critical parts of it into government policies where necessary. Finally, I wish to commend the Ministry of Petroleum Resources and all agencies under the ministry for this summit, for delivering once again another world-class summit. It is therefore my privilege and honor to declare the 5th edition of Nigeria International Energy Summit open, and I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you, Your Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you, Your Excellency, Chief Timothy Silva, Honorable Minister of Petroleum Resources. Okay, one more thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, President Buhari, Minister of Petroleum. Thank you very much. Please, one more time for the Honorable Minister. Thank you very much. Okay, so gradually, we're coming to the end of the opening ceremony. Following this now, I'm going to call out a few people for a group photograph. After that, we will just take a stretch break for like 3-4 minutes. Just stand, stretch our legs, sit down, and then I'll bring up the international panel to take the session. So please, this, for two reasons, constraint of space and the number of ministers participating, I'll be limiting this year's opening ceremony photo as follows. First, I'd like to invite to join me here now the representative of our diamond sponsors. Who are we? Mr. Leo Zeng. Mr. Zeng, please come forward. Leo, please come forward. This, photographers, this is the space I'm using, so I need you to, I'm using this whole place from this top down, so you know how you arrange them as they're coming, okay? I'd like to also invite our national host, the NNPC Limited, GMD, sir. Please join me. Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome our platinum sponsors. First off, the NUPRC. NUPRC. Next, the NCDMB. Shell. Mr. Sagi, if you can come forward, please. Mr. Kumbo. Can I get a representative for ExxonMobil? Just one. Exxon, please. Okay. Nigeria LNG. I know Mr. Oh, okay. You're welcome, sir. My DMD, I didn't know you were in the room. Good morning, sir. You're welcome, sir. Mr. James Shindi. Mr. James Shindi, please step forward. Dr. Omar Apo, please step forward. Dr. Mark Manigo, IPPG, OPTS, please step forward. Authority, NMDPRA, please step forward. Yeah, I'm coming. I'm going there. The Permanent Secretary, sir, please step forward. Her Excellency Ambassador Mary Beth Leonard, ma'am, please step forward. Can the Venezuelan ambassador please join us as well? Please step forward. I'd like to now ask to join me the honorable ministers that are in the room. Honorable Aniekan Omana, you are in the room as well. Where are you? Please step forward. Honorable Aniekan Omana. And all the honorable ministers from Equatorial Guinea, Saudi Arabia, Niger, Ghana, Nigeria. Agbeni, Rafa, Your Excellency, sir, please join me. Please join me. Otumba Adeni, please, sir. Ambassador Ma Miriam, please, ma'am, if you're still in the room, join us. All the ministers that are in the room can step forward, please. All the ministers. Okay, now, Your Excellency, sir. If you can please step forward, sir, now. Please step forward. All right. So, we'll take this picture. We'll take this picture and Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once we're done with this picture, they will still be standing there when I call for the national anthem. After the national anthem, they'll return to their seats. As I said, we'll take a stretch break and return from that stretch break straight into the international panel. Now remember, while we're having the bilateral meetings, we'll be having concurrent sessions, the data to barrel, the Huawei 2 streams that will happen. There'll be a networking reception here later in the evening sponsored by Sigma. refreshment that will follow the close of this session is sponsored by Chevron. We thank all of our sponsors. And of course, the networking reception with the ES of NCDMB and the dinner sponsored by NCDMB that will follow later. Photographers, are we good? We are done. Please, national anthem. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We're now on this 4-minute stretch break. We will start the international panel immediately after that stretch break. Our panelists and moderator are in the room. It is 12:10 by my time. So at 12:15, I will be starting the international panel session. Thank you. My sound, please. Okay, thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please can we be seated for the panel? Thank you. That's if there's a pool. There's no pool. If there is, yeah. If there is. Yeah, if there's a pool, yeah. If there's a pool. Yeah. No, I didn't miss out anybody on my program, sir. I didn't miss anybody on my program, no. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, can we all be seated? Can we all be seated now for the commencement of the international panel session on the theme of the summit? Very kindly, let's take our seats, please. Thank you. Okay. Okay, can I see you, please? Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, let's take our seats. Okay, can I see you? Please, can we take our seats? Please, can we take our seats? Please, 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 let's settle down. Please, let's settle down. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will now begin. Can someone please get the Honorable Minister of State into the room? We want to commence with the international panel. Kunle, can someone please get, or Frank, can someone get the minister into the room? We need to commence. Okay, please, let's take our seats. Thank you very much. Ogo, please, can we get His Excellency in? Ogo, please, can we get His Excellency in? Please, thank you. Let's get His Excellency in. Thank you. Thank you, my GMD, for taking your seat. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're getting set for this international panel session on the theme of the summit, Revitalizing the Industry, Future Fuels, and Energy Transition. It was necessary that we took that stretch break. According to experts, 50% of the muscles in the body is in the leg. It carries, as we all know, the most weight of our parts of the body. And it's pertinent that from time to time, the legs are stretched and moved around a bit. Having been sitting since 8, 9 a.m., it was important to have that stretch break. Now we need to return to the room, take our seats, and continue with proceedings. Thank you all very much. Please, can the ladies and gentlemen to my far right and my far left kindly take their seats, please? Can the distinguished ladies and gentlemen to my right and left of the hall please take their seats? We need to commence. We would have enough time at the Chevron-sponsored refreshment break for the networking. So please, let's take our seats. Thank you very much. Raymond, can we please sit down? Thank you. The brilliant Amazons of the energy industry, can you please sit down? Please. Ben, can we get the minister back in the room, please? Now, thank you. All right. Let me begin by welcoming the moderator of the session to Okay, please give me background music. Welcome back, Honorable Minister. So the session will happen as follows.
position with you.
Come this way. We will take a keynote from the Honorable Minister of Petroleum Resources. Thereafter, we will listen to contributions from the panelists, as will be moderated by Olu Phillips. Now, once the panel is done, before they take their seats, the Executive Secretary of the NCDMB will give the concluding thoughts as a wrap-up for the session. We will then adjourn the international session until next year and move on to refreshment, bilateral meetings, and the Innovation, Technology, and Young Energy Professional Forum that will be taking place at the ICC, but the bilateral meetings will be here at the State House. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, onwards now to the panel session. Let me begin first off with the keynotes. After the keynotes, I will come back and bring up the members of the panel that will do justice to the panel. Let's welcome back again His Excellency Chief Timi Silva, Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, for the keynote address of this session. Now, please give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Let me now also avoid all protocols and go straight to the point. Again, I welcome you all to the 5th Nigeria International Energy Summit 2022 with the theme Revitalizing the Industry, Future Fuels and Energy Transition. This session is set to discuss future fuels, energy transition, and how to revitalize the energy industry with the continent's unique abundance of untapped energy potential. The continent is indeed blessed with multiple energy sources, fossil and non-fossil. Despite this, about 600 million people in Africa continue to live without access to electricity, while about 900 million are without access to clean cooking fuel. Coupled with the above is the current drive towards energy transition, threatening further aggravation of energy poverty in Africa, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. While future fuels will generally consist of renewables, fossil fuel, especially oil and gas, will continue to dominate the energy scene for the foreseeable future. According to OPEC's long-term projection, oil is forecast to remain the fuel with the largest share of global energy mix, constituting about 28% of global energy requirements by 2045. Gas is expected to be the second largest fuel in the energy mix, constituting about 24% by 2045. The implication is that more investment will continue to be required in the oil and gas industry to meet these projected demand, especially in developing countries. What has, however, obtained in recent years was dwindling investment in the oil and gas industry. This could lead to energy crisis in the long term. The oil and gas industry needs to be revitalized to align with the expectations of the clean energy movement. This is essential to enable Africa tap its enormous oil and gas resources to alleviate the crushing energy poverty in the continent. Africans must use all available energy resources, including renewables and fossil fuels, to meet their energy needs and enhance the much-needed economic growth. This panel is expected to do justice to these issues and discuss the way forward for the continent in the current changing world of future fuels and energy transition. I look forward to a vibrant discussion on this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I will now bring up the panel moderator and the panel members who will do justice to the tone that has been set by our Minister of State Petroleum Resources. Our moderator is chairman of the Nigerian Energy Correspondents and also a correspondent with Channels Television, Olu Phillips. Olu, you are welcome to your seat on the podium. Please go ahead, just welcome him. Thank you very much. On the panel with Olu Phillips is Her Excellency Ambassador Mary Beth Leonard, the United States Ambassador to Nigeria. Ma'am, you're welcome. The Minister of Mines and Hydrocarbon of Equatorial Guinea, Mr. Gabriel Mbaga Obiang Lima. Your Excellency, you're welcome. The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Energy, Engineer Hassan Musa, and the panel is represented by, from the Ministry of, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Environment. On the panel, Engineer Hassan Musa is represented by Barrister Iniobong Abiola Awe. Barrister Awe, you're welcome to your seat on the panel. Didier Bundimbu Untubwanga is also on the panel. Didier is the Minister of Hydrocarbon of the DRC. You're welcome. Is Didier in the room? The Secretary General of APO, Dr. Omar Farouk Ibrahim, is on the panel. Dr. Omar, you are welcome. The Deputy Minister, Minister of Energy, Ghana, Honorable William Owuraku Ado, is on the panel. Honorable Ado, you are welcome. Our own Minister of State who set the tone is also on the panel to join the discourse. Your Excellency, you are welcome once again to sit on the panel. Chief Timi Presilva. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once they're done and still on stage, I will then invite the ES of NCDMB to do a wrap-up. But for now, I will yield. Oh, by the way, Philip, I'm sure you are aware, the Secretary General of OPEC is also on the panel. He will be speaking virtually. So when you need him to speak, you let us know. We'll put him on queue, right? The stage is yours. No, it's a video playout, so it's fine. The stage is all yours now, Philip. Take it from here.
Your Excellencies, everyone present, welcome to this international panel. I'd like to welcome my discussants, all from my extreme right, representing the Ministry of Environment. But first off, to get this going, I'd like for us to have our 5 minutes to share your opinions, 5 minutes, and from there the conversations can start. Of course, we're discussing revitalizing the industry, future fuels, and of course, energy transition. It would be nice to see what kind of transitions we're talking about, what kind of fuels we're talking about, and how essentially, if you take it literally, where are we revitalizing? What part of the industry are we revitalizing in focus of what the future is? So I'll start with you, Dr. Ibrahim, your first 5 minutes, and then we can take it all the way.
Thank you very much, Phil Olu. It's a very difficult conversation because the world today has been made to believe, and gradually all of us, whether we accept it or not, are just becoming zombies. The world is said to be in energy transition, a transition or an agenda that has been set by a group of people who for over 100 years have been using this fuel to develop their economies, their peoples, and their way of life. We woke up just one day and we're being told that this fuel that has changed the lives of people of Europe and America is not good for you. And we have accepted it. And we are asking ourselves, how do we cue in? I said earlier in my goodwill message that we have been intimidated and stampeded into accepting an ideology that is not in our best interest, in the name of global harmony, in the name of fearing sanctions, in the name of so many things that make us more and more dependent. When we talk of revitalizing the industry, future fuels, and energy transition, I've always asked myself, energy transition to where and for whom? Minister Silva and many upper ministers have always said that, look, we are not against energy transition, but the timing should not be uniform. For those economies that have made it, whose life today does not depend on the consumption or use of a lot of energy, can afford to say quick transition. For our economies and our peoples, what we need is a system that allows us to be able to reach what Minister Silva will say the base load. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Apple or Africa is not against energy transition. What we are saying is that we cannot be stampeded into accepting ideologies that are imposed on us. I'll give you a very good example. Today, some years back, I remember when I was in OPEC, we were talking about EOR. enhanced oil recovery. When you talk about that at that time, you're really talking about how to improve fossil fuel production, enhancement of recovery, etc. I want to know what's the difference today between EOR and CCUS. It's the same technology. You take carbon dioxide, you put it in the ground so that it doesn't pollute the atmosphere. Today, there are things you say that you could not have said, well, things that you were saying 10, 15 years ago. Today, if you say, people see you like you're crazy, you don't know what you're doing. But I believe that given where we have found ourselves in the last 150 to 100 years, where the global economy has become a global village intertwined, the pragmatists amongst us believe that we should go the way the West has decided. Yes, if you go, I can guarantee you, not your children, perhaps your grandchildren will be there to see the level of development that you aspire to see. What we are saying seriously is this: without energy, you can't move forward. Without energy, you can't get good health. You can't get good food. You can't get good education. You can't get nothing good. And to us in Africa, our priorities are what I say is ARC: affordable, reliable, and clean energy.
Right.
To the developed world, their priorities is clean, reliable, and affordable. So this is where we differ. Our priorities are today affordability, reliability, and then cleanliness. To the developed world, their priorities are cleanliness, reliability, and then affordability. Affordability is the last on their list. And what we are saying is we need to sit together and agree on what is in the best interest of all of us. Nobody should dictate to Africa on these matters.
All right, thank you, Dr. Ibrahim. I recall those days in further maths classes where there are no two lecturers who actually taught quadratic equation or solved equations the same way, but they all get to the same answer. And I do hope we're not all dressed with nowhere to go. But, I mean, it would be nice to hear what Ambassador Mary has to say on U.S. position as far as this is concerned. We do know, but let's hear you.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be here with everyone here today to talk about the future of energy in and for Nigeria. And, you know, the United States certainly recognizes that energy is essential to Nigeria's future, in particular its ability to meet its development goals and fulfill its great potential for economic growth. Even so, I think we all have to realize that energy and climate are inextricably linked. We face a global climate crisis, even as we face growing populations, particularly in developing countries, that need access to energy to meet daily needs, to grow, to develop. However, we just can't continue with business as usual. We see all around us the consequences of the climate crisis. There's the largest reservoir in the United States is called Lake Mead, and it's losing more than 1,000 Olympic swimming pools worth of water every day. There are 25 million people who depend on that water for electricity, for food, and for human use. But you see consequences here in Nigeria too. You hear Nigerians who visited Lake Chad as children, but now that they're grandparents, the lakeside places that they remember that they used to play on are in fact dry. There's no water there. It's 1/20th the size that it was 60 years ago, and it can no longer support the livelihoods it even did just a couple generations ago. But it isn't the only place in Nigeria that's seeing the impacts of climate change. There are climate hazards like floods, ocean surges, droughts, wildfires. The U.S. is committed to supporting Nigeria's efforts to address these challenges and pursue inclusive, diversified, and climate-resilient economic growth. There's something that you may have heard of from the United States called the Build Back Better World Partnership, a values-driven, high-standard, transparent infrastructure partnership to meet global infrastructure development needs. And climate's a key pillar in the initiative. On the margins of COP26 in Glasgow last year, President Biden co-hosted a discussion with the European Commission President on how infrastructure initiatives like this must simultaneously advance prosperity and combat the climate crisis. President Buhari participated in that discussion, where he shared his perspectives on Nigeria's infrastructure development challenges and outlined some of the principles that he'd like to see to guide future infrastructure interventions. We know that pursuing a low emissions future also depends on adapting to the climate crisis now. So President Biden, I think, demonstrated this understanding when he announced at COP26 the President's Emergency Plan for Adaptation and Resilience, which is bringing all the parts of the United States government together to work with vulnerable countries to respond to climate change and its impacts. Nigeria has already demonstrated its leadership in supporting a climate-conscious global energy future, including as a founding partner in the new Net Zero World Initiative. It was launched at COP in November, and it seeks to increase the speed and the scale of transitions to net zero energy systems. We look forward to promoting international collaboration, innovation, and investments in cleaner energy, of bringing experts together to help countries figure out how they can accomplish these goals. The Biden-Harris administration has elevated climate change as a core tenet of its foreign policy. Accelerating the global tradition to a net zero future is a key part of that work. On the margins of COP26 last November, the United States joined 40 other countries and 5 financial institutions in pledging to end new international finance for unabated fossil fuel energy by the end of 2022, reorienting tens of billions of dollars and trillions of private finance towards low carbon priorities. And I want to take some time to go through some of the elements of that, because I think it often is abbreviated with the bumper sticker, no money for the things that we need to develop. And I think it's actually a good deal more nuanced than that. So we did indeed release implementation guidance for official international energy engagements, which will steer US government investments towards clean energy products. Official international energy engagement will focus on promoting clean energy, advancing innovative technologies, and providing financing and technical assistance that supports countries' emissions reduction goals. We want to have a whole-of-government approach that leverages the full array of US technical assistance, project finance, and diplomatic tools to get clean energy solutions, transform energy systems, and promote clean energy innovation and competitiveness. This clean energy transition is imperative to our ability to address the climate crisis, but we also know that it will not happen overnight. In some cases, engagement on a carbon-intensive energy project may still be necessary, including to advance development goals when no viable low-carbon alternative exists. Our goal is to refocus US government support on cleaner, resilient, and reliable low-energy emission projects around the world. But this implementation guidance does not, for example, apply to the private sector's participation in competitive tenders. So it applies to projects that would not otherwise be built without a US government engagement or advocacy. So, for example, if Nigeria made a sovereign decision to build a new natural gas infrastructure and posts a competitive tender to meet that nationally identified need, the US government has no intention of standing in the way of that or US companies and private actors that are ready and able to meet those needs. So we're taking a similarly consistent approach in how we look at projects in multilateral development banks for potential support. We will advocate for multilateral development banks to first consider the feasibility of renewable energy before considering fossil fuel-related projects. We will oppose new coal, oil, and upstream natural gas projects and support sound renewable energy products, given the priority that we place on advancing climate priorities. However, Nigeria's status as an International Development Association eligible country allows for multilateral development bank financing in midstream and downstream gas sectors that meet certain criteria. These criteria include projects when there is no economically and technically feasible clean energy alternative, when the project has a significant positive impact on energy security, energy access, or economic development, and when the project is, of course, aligned with the Paris Agreement. Examples of this might be a project that uses natural gas to promote cleaner cooking or reduce reliance on high emissions fuels like biomass and coal that contribute to emissions, poor health, deforestation, et cetera. And again, this applies to U.S. government resources and engagement and does not prohibit any private sector investments or relationships that develop in these areas. To be clear, we're eager to collaborate on and support carbon capture and use and storage projects, as well as methane abatement projects that help reduce the negative environmental impacts of existing fossil fuel endeavors. And it's not either or. As we seek to meet the unprecedented challenges of our time, we firmly believe that there does not need to be a trade-off between energy access and climate-friendly initiatives. Climate-friendly also means more resilient energy systems and creating new opportunities for jobs and greater access to key services like telecoms and power. Already, Nigeria is a proving ground for the deployment of renewable technologies that not only bring light to off-grid communities, but also bring power to an array of industries and economic opportunities. These ventures bring jobs, expand market access, advance economic growth, particularly in vulnerable and often marginalized communities. And we are already supporting many of these initiatives here in Nigeria. I can give you a few examples of USAID's Power Africa, working with the Solar Power Niger program, which is working to roll out 5 million new solar connections to off-grid communities, bringing energy access to 25 million individuals and creating bunches of new jobs. Our State Department's Tech Women program has worked with Solar Sister Nigeria, a company which is focused on distributing clean energy products in underserved communities. The U.S. Trade and Development Agency is funding a feasibility study to a woman-owned local forum called SOSI Renewable Energies, working to deploy over 100 mini-grids throughout northern Nigeria. The U.S. African Development Foundation gave seed funding to Haven Hill Synergy to facilitate the deployment of its first mini-grid projects, and led to a $1 million grant from TDA for feasibility studies on many other solar mini-grids. I know that one of the things this important conference wants to highlight is Nigeria's efforts to optimize the use of natural gas to take full advantage of this country's significant natural gas reserves and finds ways to transition away from dirtier fuels like diesel and biomass. We recognize that promoting a just energy transition is important, and we appreciate the fact that Africa is bearing the burden of climate change despite being the source of only a very small fraction of the emissions that led us to this crisis point. This reality makes it that much more important that countries like the United States do more to support Africa, including through efforts like the Emergency Plan for Adaptation and Resilience and the Build Back Better World Partnership, as you face the realities of the climate threat. And as we seek to meet these unprecedented challenges in our time, we really believe that expanding access to energy and fighting climate change can be mutually supportive endeavors. So we look forward to working with you to safeguard the world we live in a way that promotes Nigeria's inclusive, diversified economic growth and development. We've got to do this together so that all of us, including Nigeria's many, many young people, have the secure, livable, sustainable, and prosperous future that we all deserve and need to maximize all of our potential. Thanks.
Thank you, Ambassador Mary. Honorable Minister, I'll quickly skip you for obvious reasons. I'm going to start a questioning from you. Of course, you've already laid the background for what we need to be discussing. And just quickly listen to Honorable William from Ghana, our next door neighbor. When you look at all of this conversation at the national level, even though you discovered oil very late in the day, are you shutting all the taps? What is the government looking at? And what kind of policies are you trying to craft? Let's hear what Ghana is saying as far as all of these conversations are concerned.
Thank you very much, and greetings from Ghana to everybody. Yes, as you rightly said, Ghana came into the oil discovery and production space quite late. And unfortunately for us, as soon as we started getting going, this whole gamut of came to be. So the big boys who were making tentative steps into the Ghana oil industry, I'm talking about the Mobiles and the Shells, quickly withdrew. So we've taken the decision to empower our own self, to create operators within the National Oil Corporation. So the Explocore, that is the name of the company. We've invited Ghanaians from the diaspora who have been in the business to come and join us to really explore our own resources. As the president of Ghana, Nana Akufo-Addo, said, those who were at Glasgow probably heard that Ghana should be given the space, really, to explore fully hydrocarbons. We cannot let the hydrocarbons go stranded. We must explore and benefit fully from it. But we have taken steps. We're not against energy transition. Ghana, at the 2015 Paris conference, our NDC was to have 10% of our total energy production from renewables, which is something that we are committed to. And indeed, we've started by inviting and initiating utility-scale solar production and energy production, wind and biomass energy production. It is instructive to know that Ghana, we've had, some of you may know of the Akosombo Dam, the hydropower generator, which has been producing something in the region of 1,000 megawatts. We have another hydropower generator which produces 400 megawatts and another one almost 300. But when you proceed to say that Ghana has 40% renewable production of energy, the big boys say, no, you don't. That is legacy. We're talking about from now on. But when Germany talks about the percentage of their renewables, they include the previous renewables that they have been using. So it is a conundrum that we have. But notwithstanding, right now we have 2.4% of new solar renewable generation, and it's ongoing. Like I said, our determination is to get 10% by 2030. In addition to that, Ghana, we've produced almost 1 million efficient cook stoves to communities that hitherto relied on wood fuel. And this is to mitigate the consumption of wood fuel drastically, because the efficient cook stoves that we have supplied to people is going to cut down the fuel usage by about 70%. In addition to that, we've embarked on LPG recirculation plant, which is going to penetrate the people in the peri-urban areas to encourage them to use LPG gas and go off charcoal, which is something that has also been eaten into our forests. So there are a lot of mitigation steps that Ghana is taking. As you may know, we have the Volta Lake, and within the Volta Lake in Ghana are hundreds and hundreds of islands. And what we've proceeded to do is to put solar energy on these islands, which are difficult to reach anyway with normal transmission lines. So we are setting up, so far we've done about 50 solar projects independent for these islands, and we're surprised to hear that the rural-urban migration has been slowed down drastically because all these people are now can embark on their little businesses within their communities. So
well, sorry to cut you in. I was going to say, don't feel bullied by the big brothers like you referred. We're going to have a time to actually ask you questions building on some of the statistics so that we can see what Ghana is already doing. Right. I hope you don't feel bullied.
No, not by you.
All right. I'll move on to a regular here, His Excellency Gabriel Opiang Lima. I love the name. So when it comes to Equatorial Guinea, I know you guys like to stand isolated or stand alone in the house, as it were. But all of these issues around transition fuels, the future fuels, is there a particular future fuel? I mean, or where are we moving on to? Where are we treading on what are we taking off from, and where are we landing on as far as this whole thing is concerned? Equatorial Guinea, what's in the picture for you? Do you have a different frame to the same picture?
Okay. First of all, before I answer your question, I would like to thank His Excellency President Buhari, my big brother, Minister Silva, and all the organizers, NMPC, the sponsor for what they have done. The last time I had the opportunity to come to this event, the room was smaller, and we were all sweating, so it's actually much better. But this definitely, I'm very happy about it. I did miss last year, and I did have the opportunity to send a video. Yeah. But I was also very clear that the reason to come to Abuja wasn't just for the conference, but mainly because I love jollof rice and pepper soup. and I got yesterday. But I have something to say. My brothers in Ghana keep saying that it's not from Nigeria, it's from Ghana. But I did have a conversation with a colleague from Sierra Leone that they say it's not from Nigeria, neither Ghana, but from Sierra Leone. So we will talk in another time regarding where really jollof rice comes from.
Nigeria.
But clearly, I want to, and I'll be very brief because we want to make sure everybody speak. I would like to, one more time, explain to everybody that 2021 was a very busy year for every minister of oil and gas in Africa. And I will say as a Nigerian, you should be very proud what your minister in Nigeria did with the rest of the other ministers, because 2021 was a battle. It was a battle because there was a clear climate change agenda, not written by Africa, but it was for Africa. And it was because of different events and conferences that every single minister of Africa, we met and we said, that agenda is not our agenda. Your priority is not our priority. And it was through this battle that actually was very clear that first Africa needs to focus on energy security, and then we talk about transition. Because where are you going to be transiting to if you don't have the energy? So clearly, 2021 was a very difficult year, but 2022 is going to be even more difficult because it's a war, it's not a battle. So 2022, we need to be able to be more active, and we need to start delivering. We can't just go as a victim regarding the agendas written for us, but we need to start delivering. And one of the things that we are doing, and I think it's very important, is that we need to start preparing our own Africa Green Deal. And the African Green Deal, gas is a very important part. If for other continents, gas is not green, that's the problem. But in Africa, gas is green. Now, I do mention this because I'm very passionate about it. We are a very small country. We depend almost 90% on fossil fuel. So if I don't defend it in the future, my son or my grandson will ask me, why, grandfather or father, why you didn't speak up? So clearly, Africa is having huge discoveries. Look what's happening in Mozambique, Senegal, Uganda. There's so many African countries with fossil fuel. What are we going to tell them? Stop developing those fuels? You can't do that. That's criminal. And I keep saying all the time, they need to have an opportunity to develop their country like other countries have done it in other continents. And then from there, when we have the infrastructure, we have the road, then we have electric cars. But in the meantime, energy is very important and we need to focus. Now, we need to be also very pragmatic because clearly they are going to keep going with the agenda. And the agenda is going to be that we are not going to receive finances for our resources. And clearly we need to be very important, and this is very key and important of players like Nigeria, like Algeria, like Egypt, who already have mastered the technology to operate. Asset transfer is very important. If an asset is not anymore profitable for an operator, they should hand it to us. It's not a nationalization. If you believe that it's not profitable or you are receiving a lot of pressure to drop fossil fuel, hand it to us. But don't hand it to us when the production is almost down, when we cannot even manage the field. We need to be able to continue developing. I mean, you have countries out of the continent like, well, we have Saudi Arabia, we have Vietnam, we have Venezuela. They're already operating their assets. So clearly it's very important that we also go through that process. And we need to be able to create jobs. I want to stress this very important, even though they say I'm a young minister, and I'm a young minister, And I talk with the youth. If we do not create jobs, this is what is creating all this instability of Africa. It doesn't come from America, it doesn't come from Europe. It comes because we are not creating jobs. And how do you create jobs? You create jobs by processing the resources. Gas, you can do petrochemics. Gas, you can do different things. You can even do power. So it's very important that we focus in creating the jobs that are going to make sure that our future generation will continue. The other issue that is very important is that we need to be able to look into our fiscal incentive to investors. Why? Because now we need to look for an alternative investor. We can't keep looking for the regular investors, a bank in London, a bank in New York. We need to look for alternatives. But those investors need to see a fiscal incentive for them to come. It's a business. They need to come, they need to invest their money and return it. We can't just think we own the resources and we take everything. That's not how it works. We need to be able to create those incentives for them. Now, I have to say that clearly for the Green Deal in Africa, I want to always congratulate my brother, my big brother in Nigeria, because Nigeria have already started this transition. When Nigeria decided to do and implement the decade of gas, it started, that was 2 years ago. It already have started because clearly if we want to solve the problem of electricity, we need to use the gas. I will mention one thing before concluding with my first remark, is that I'm hearing this topic about Europe needing the Africa gas. Now, I do believe that we need to collaborate, whoever is willing to pay for it. But we also need to be very careful. Africa needs the gas. We can't just think that we are going to invest in new development to send the gas to Europe. Africa needs the gas. Look at Ghana, have a power plant, 400 megawatts. Nigeria needs a lot of electricity. So we need to be able to work together to see how we can do, because you make the money not by selling the gas, you make the money by burning the gas and selling the electricity to the different industries. So I think it's very important what Nigeria is doing, what we can do, because from the Gulf of Guinea, we can actually electrify the entire continent just using gas. So with that, that's my point. Thank you.
So in Africa, gas is green. It's, I mean, that's the buzzword. In Africa, gas is green. We'll call it green gas. And interestingly, and also this is more for you about mix before transition. Mix it properly, get the right mixture, get the product from the mix, then we can transit. We can transport and get to wherever we're going to. I think this conversation is something that will be very interesting for the Ministry of Environment. As I talked to Dr. Nyobong, on this issue of climate change, which I think is a particular interest for the Ministry of Environment. Dr. Nyobong, when you guys sit down to look at, to push the chess at that top management level, Nigeria and Africa, contribute, if you heard the statistics, very low to carbon emission, less than 4%, as it were, global carbon emission, as it were. In all of the transition story and transition picture, and how we must continue to at least have access to energy before we talk about energy transition, access to energy, which is really very poor right now. The gas has to be burnt, for instance, if you want to fire the fossils furnaces. You have to burn the gas, but find a very clean way to do that. I guess that's what you'll be talking about if the Ministry of Environment has any say on this. Doctor.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, sir, I wish to stand on existing protocol, and I also thank the organizers of this program. I'd like to start my few words by this graphic demonstration. The map of Africa, if you turn it the other way around, and then face the south to the east, to the west, where you have West Africa or where you have Nigeria, is the position that looks like the trigger of a gun. That makes us very important as Nigeria in Africa. I like to say that the issue of energy cannot be separated from climate change has already been mentioned, the nexus. Climate change is staring us in the face as mankind. It's not only threatening us as humans, it's threatening to extinct everything here on Earth. This is the role the United Nations Forum on Climate Change is pursuing. And every country that has signed to the UNFCCC has a mandate nationally to key into the global commitments of the United Nations Framework for Climate Change. Nigeria has signed and ratified to that convention. In summary, is to say that there's no going back on energy transition. There's no going back on energy access. In Africa, I believe that what is important for us to do is align with the global requirements and expectations for us in delivering on energy transition. Nigeria, through the Department of Climate Change as a coordinating department ministry, has gotten the approval of Mr. President on the energy transition plan and seeks to have every MDA come on board hand in hand to ensure that we deliver on the ETP for Nigeria. I think that is something we should run with to ensure that we meet the global expectations on energy issues. While we look at energy on the side and the issues of climate change, which cannot be separated, the world is moving very fast in ensuring that we do not exceed the laid down temperature that will tilt the world's balance and increase the global warming issues that we already have. It's already mentioned the issue of Lake Chad, the issue of insecurity, the issues that climate change is giving rise to. So there is no going back for us in the area of climate change. We need to just put this twin changer together and ensure that we have the necessary energy access that will be required. For us, within the space of environment and the national, environmental national deliveries on climate change, we have signed on to the NDC, and we are already, as part of negotiators within the African group of negotiators, negotiating issues on climate change that would ensure that we have the right mix energy, the right issues on board for us in the African continent and for Nigeria as well. We're also looking at the Green Climate Fund that will support projects, energy access for us in Africa and in Nigeria as a whole. We're asking for projects that would provide the clean energy that is being required. We're also distributing necessary clean cook stoves for communities and the vulnerable, the women, and we're expecting that issues of climate change will also go across board to the subnational, where we have them become very much aware of issues of climate change and then have that addressed properly. We have also launched the decarbonization program within the department, the Ministry of Environment, hoping to coordinate this with every relevant stakeholder and ensure that we deliver on our global climate requirements. There's much more going on, and I believe that the opportunities are rising for us as we move towards the COP27 to further negotiate these issues of energy and ensure that we have the right mix, all-inclusive, as we move towards the just transition of the globe. It's not a going back issue for the world. I think we should look ahead and know that there is no going back. Climate change is real, and energy access is the way to go. And how to go about it is what we should be deliberating moving forward. I thank the organizers of this program because this theme is very apt for this time as we move forward as the world expects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abiola. I don't know if we can put the Secretary General on standby. I'll soon come to him. Secretary General OPEC, if we have it on, do we have him on standby? Any confirmation? While we wait for that, I'll quickly turn on to the Honorable Minister of State Petroleum Nigeria. I think for you or for us, having listened a while, this campaign started. Last year when you said, "Allow us to write our story, allow us to see what where the shoe pinches us, while we also try to embrace what you're saying." Having heard about the futures fields, the transition, and agreeing that we should be allowed to grow at our pace, not putting away the pictures of what the implications of climate change is, and also speaking specifically again to what the Minister of the GMD NNPC Limited said earlier as far as justice in transition is concerned. At the top level, what kind of collaborations do you think Africa heads in terms of oil can grasp in these changing times of transition energy and also as regards futures fuels? What kind of collaborations, please?
Thank you, Olu. Let me just sound this note, a note of warning that was the note of warning that was sounded by Olu earlier, that I am being made to speak too much. This is the third time I'm speaking today. And I'm being made to repeat almost everything all over again. So please, the organizers should take note of Olu's note of warning. Having listened to the ambassador and the Secretary General of Apple, for me it has become clearer and clearer again that we are saying the same thing. Africa has never denied the science behind global warming and energy transition. Nobody can deny the science, although sometimes we're a little bit skeptical, because yesterday you told us that eggs were not good for us, because it's not good for cholesterol, it's good, very bad for cholesterol. Then now today you say we can eat eggs. We don't know what the science is going to be next tomorrow. But we believe in the science behind global warming, and we are not denying it. We are only saying we need to transit on a different pathway. Having said that, we also have a problem with your definitions. Now, is the discussion about cleaner energy or renewable energies? We are not very clear. Because if you are saying renewable energy, this discussion, this transition is not new. Charcoal is renewable energy. Let's face it, you can grow the trees again. So if you are talking about if you are talking about renewable energies, then we will say that this is not the first transition. The world actually started on renewable energies. Our parents, our grandparents, even your grandparents, started with firewood, which was renewable fuel. And I'm sure if we can rewind to the 17th century, they probably had this discussion when they were trying to transit from renewables to fossil fuels in those days, to coal, because they transited at some point. The world transited from renewables to fossil fuels, and now we want to transit again to renewables. But what confuses us is sometimes the definitions. Is it renewables we are talking about? Renewable fuel or cleaner fuels? If we are talking about cleaner fuels, then how do we clean the fuel that's available to us? That should be the conversation. But right now you're talking about renewables. And for us, we started, and of course all of us started on renewables. Firewood was used in cooking, and of course was a major energy source today we realize that it is not the cleanest fuel, so we want to also move away from firewood. But that discussion should be clarified. Now, having said that, every speaker after speaker have said it. Africa is not denying the need to transit to renewable fuels, to cleaner energies. But we are only saying, at this point, just when we are getting our act together, please allow us to enjoy our resource a little bit. I said earlier, for example, I said, look, we had a problem in this country, and you are very aware because we've been engaging at different times. You know that we had a big problem with passage of the PIA now for over 20 years. We didn't have very clear fiscals for the production of gas. So gas production was actually impaired. Gas was produced on the back of oil because there are no clear fiscals for gas production. With the PIA, we have clarified legal framework for the production of gas. And you know we just achieved the PIA in August. So we are looking forward to a lot of growth in the area of gas production. But you are telling us that we shouldn't even now produce gas, just when we are getting it right at this time. Just like Ghana. Ghana just found oil. They are coming even at a wronger time. They are just producing oil now. At least we have enjoyed oil a little bit. But they are just about producing. And then the world is saying, please, stop and go forward to the next thing. So we are saying, look, allow us. Let us have a multiple pathway. We are not denying the need to transit to renewables. We are fully on course because we also know that most of the global spending will be in that direction. So if you even deny that direction, you'll be cutting yourself from the international financial system. So we don't want to have that. We want to be on board the energy transition train. But while being on board the energy transition train, please allow us also to produce a transition. That is a compromise now, a transition fuel. Now, instead of oil, we are saying, okay, let us move on to gas, which we consider, and I completely support the position of my brother from Equatorial Guinea. We consider gas, in this case, green energy for us. So allow us to produce gas. Let us at least achieve the energy base load that our people require. Today we are all saying it. 600 million people in Africa are living without energy. And if you actually shift it to the bottom, about 300 million of those people, no. Of course, that is more than the population of Nigeria. A lot of that number is actually in Nigeria. A lot of the number that constitutes the 600 million in Africa are in Nigeria. So we need to provide access to energy to these people. And we can only achieve that easily through gas. So please, the world should accommodate our position. And that's been our position, and it's been consistent. And we are all together on this, on the same page. The world should accommodate our position to produce gas as a transition fuel while also being on board the energy, the renewable train, the energy transition train. So that is our position, and I'm happy that it is beginning to get recognized internationally. At least in Europe, they are beginning to recognize gas as a cleaner fuel that should actually be considered as a transition fuel. And I believe that events will soon make even the U.S. realize that they cannot so quickly abandon gas, especially. Not necessarily oil, but gas, especially.
Thank you very much, Mr. Your Excellency, Ambassador Mary, COP26 was a platform for conversation around the climate. COP26 was a platform for conversation around net zero emissions, climate change, and all of that, without having to throw any shades. There were over 300 private jets that landed in Scotland. The U.S. President's convoy came with over 90 cars, and they rode on something, as it were. You've listened to the African conversation, as it were. Is there any reason why, for instance, the price of crude is soaring above the $100? We've seen that statistics of demand and supply 98 to 93. Post-COVID, economies are recovering, machines are turning back on. These are things that cannot be denied. We also know that there's a finance element to it, and the U.S., most institutions in the U.S. will not finance some of this production and developments. Where's the missing link? And are you ready to understand this missing link and grease it and let's have hands across the table?
You know, I don't think it's a question of a missing link. I think that the minister is right, that we all are saying actually similar things. We are saying that there has to be energy access for Africans, there needs to be development of Africa, and we need to save the planet. So we're talking about transitions and to get past this climate crisis, and the question is, how do you do all three of those things at once? So the United States, as it looks at our place in that equation, you know, think of it as kind of a spectrum, right? Like on the sort of hard no side is if but for the grace of U.S. government involvement, financing, whatever, this thing that is on the non-renewable side would never exist, then we won't participate. But neither will we interfere with the private sector as it does it, and we will also recognize that where there are development priorities and there are no easy alternatives, that yes, those are things that should go forward. That's sort of the other end of the transition. And I think that, you know, it's someday, you know, we're going to be all in renewable energies one of these days, and how do you get there in the meanwhile? And that's some of the things that we're trying to provide some leadership around. There's our Department of Energy has this thing called the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, and as part of this Net Zero World Initiative, they're bringing together people from all around the world on how do you analyze energy systems, what do you do differently, what are the alternatives. One of the major goals for the United States in COP26 was also talking to philanthropists and to you know, multilaterals, other partners, about the things that you can do. You know, the renewable clean energy solutions are supposed to be a $23 trillion market in 2030. So it's not as if, you know, no, you can't have gas and there's not going to be anything else either. Yes, there are circumstances in which those development priorities make that a rational decision, and meanwhile there is an enormous opportunity that is coming up in these other mechanisms, and that we ought to look at some of those. So I think it's the question is where you take a role as a large partner that wants to make sure that the transition occurs, but recognizes that there are interim other goals which are equally valid, which must be supported. So it's finding the compromise as opposed, I think, to the missing link. For example, I mean, so there's enough gas to electrify all of Africa. Well, is that the smartest way to electrify Africa? You know, with the solar is under every third rock in this country is an American company wanting to work with a local partner or a Nigerian entrepreneur looking to do solar mini-grids. And is that a way to get electricity to rural areas more quickly than building the electricity infrastructure that would bring gas to them? I think it's an open question. And it's the kind of question that we need to be asking ourselves as we think about how you eventually get to that happy transition.
Thank you very much. On the sidelines of the conversations around transition, I'm going over now to the OPEC Secretary General.
Excellencies, fellow panelists, distinguished delegates, allow me to stand on existing protocols. In recent years, public discourse around energy, climate, and sustainable development has become increasingly noisier and more forceful. This makes the theme of this panel session, Revitalizing the Industry, Future Fuels, and the Energy Transition, all the more timely and relevant. This greater attention on the energy transition is warranted, given the pressing need to reduce global emissions, alleviate energy poverty, counter the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, and find a sustainable way forward that leaves no one behind. However, it is clear that the conversation has become much less of a global one or an inclusive one, with some voices all but excluded, and the narrative often seems to have been overtaken by emotional outbursts, with rational discussions based on facts, hard data, and science taking a back seat. Our industry is at an inflection point and has never before faced so many challenges across multiple fronts in its entire history. Put simply, we are under siege. The oil industry is under attack in the courts. Currently, there are over 700 litigation cases against oil companies worldwide. Environmental NGOs, investors, and even some corporate boards are pressuring oil companies and governments to pursue aggressive policies and the initiatives that could, in the end, be more disruptive than productive for the global energy industry. We have even had radical calls for investments in oil and gas to be discontinued. We need to be cognizant of how oil and gas industry investments are being impacted by environmental social governance, ESG requirements, and the climate disclosure drive from the financial community. We are concerned about the ESG footprint and stranded asset risk of the industry. The environmental aspect of ESG is perhaps outweighing the need to address the social and development issues. Consider the fact that our great continent, Africa, is still relatively unexplored, with approximately 125 billion barrels of proven oil reserves and 16 trillion standard cubic meters of natural gas. It would be a tragedy of unimaginable proportions if, despite billions of dollars being poured into investments for these resources, this went to waste as stranded assets. Climate activists have seized the momentum and are dictating the terms and pace of the energy transition. The parameters of the public discourse often seem reduced to the question, are you for or against fossil fuels? It is perhaps the ultimate false dichotomy. It erroneously limits what options are available. It should not be a question about one or the other. The challenges before us are enormous, and we have seen recently that the strains and conflicts related to energy affordability, energy security, and the need to reduce emissions require a delicate balancing act, comprehensive and sustainable solutions, and with all voices heard and listened to. Focusing on only one of these issues while ignoring the others can lead to unintended consequences, such as market distortions and price volatility. This has been evident over the past few months in Europe and now across the world. This narrative does not correlate with the future trajectory of the world's energy needs. According to OPEC's World Oil Outlook, our flagship publication, which looks at the longer-term projections for the industry, the global economy in 2045 will be more than double the size it was in 2020, from around 125 trillion US dollars in 2020 to almost 270 trillion US dollars in 2045, based on 2017 purchasing power parity. The global population is expected to reach 9.5 billion people by 2045, an increase of 20%. As a result of these phenomenal demographic and economic changes, global energy demand is set to increase from 275 million barrels of oil equivalent a day in 2020 to 352 million barrels of oil equivalent per day by 2045. No single source of energy can meet this demand growth alone. Demand for other renewables, combining mainly solar, wind, and geothermal energy, represents the single largest incremental contribution to the future energy mix, rising from 6.8 million barrels of oil equivalent per day in 2020 to close to 36.6 million barrels of oil equivalent per day in 2045. Moreover, it is also the fastest growing energy source with its share in the global primary energy mix. This means renewable share of the energy mix is projected to rise from 2.5% in 2020 to 10% in 2045. Clearly, multiple sources of energy are required to meet this rise in demand. Oil is forecast to remain the fuel with the largest share of the global energy mix until 2045. Primary oil demand is set to increase in the long term from 83 million barrels of oil equivalent per day in 2020 to 99 million barrels of oil equivalent per day in 2045. In 2020, oil accounted for 30% of global energy requirements. By 2045, it is expected to account for approximately 28%. Oil and gas together are still expected to account for more than 50% in this time horizon. We need to ensure energy is accessible and affordable for all. We need to transition to a more inclusive, fair, and equitable world in which every person has access to energy, as referenced in UN Sustainable Development Goal number 7. And we need to reduce emissions. It is an energy sustainability trilemma, with each piece having to move in unison. The challenge of tackling emissions has many parts, as evidenced by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and the Paris Agreement. It is not just one path for all, whether that be a country or an industry. The capacities and national circumstances of developing countries must be taken into account in all actions in order to not render countries already struggling even more besieged. It is necessary to carefully consider the adverse socio-economic impacts on these countries due to mitigation activities in order to identify remediation measures and share best practices. Investments are the lifeblood of this industry. Cumulative oil-related investment requirements amount to $11.8 trillion in the 2021-2025 period. Of this, 80%, or $9.2 trillion is in the upstream, with another 1.5 and $1.1 trillion needed in the downstream and midstream, respectively. The investment requirements clearly underline that any talk of the oil and gas industries being consigned to the past and of the need to halt new investments in oil and gas is misguided. Any shortfall could have severe consequences, particularly if supply falls and demand does not. We could see crude oil and product shortages, all of which would have an impact on the global economy. At OPEC, we believe we need multilateralism at the center of our energy, climate, and sustainable development future. OPEC and our member countries have been directly involved in the evolution of the multilateral UNFCCC, whose core elements, particularly equity, common but differentiated responsibilities and national circumstances must remain central to all processes moving forward. We are ready, willing, and able to play a key role. This is not a race to renewables alone. Rather, it is a race to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and in doing so, use energy more efficiently. There is no doubt that the oil and gas industry can foster its resources and expertise and help unlock a low emissions future through its role as a powerful innovator in developing clean and more efficient technological solutions to help reduce emissions. For example, carbon capture and utilization and storage, CCUS, blue hydrogen, and others, as well in the promotion of the circular carbon economy to improve overall environmental performance. Investing in technologies such as blue hydrogen and CCUS while harnessing the reduce, reuse, recycle, and remove carbon principles are all critical parts towards a sustainable society in our dear Africa. These principles not only minimize the environmental impacts of greenhouse gas emissions, but also contribute to achieving socio-economic development and prosperity. Additionally, hydrogen production development could make Africa a net exporter in the global market. We must bear in mind that climate change and energy poverty are two sides of the same coin. The unfortunate reality for developing countries is that a staggering 759 million people worldwide did not have access to electricity in 2019, with 3 out of 4 of them in sub-Saharan Africa. Moreover, there were roughly 2.6 billion people, or 34% of the global population, who did not have access to clean cooking fuels and technologies, and this includes a massive 70% of Africans who have no access, exposing them to high levels of household air pollution. The energy numbers, poverty numbers for Africa are stuck. And to add in one further number, Africa accounts for less than 3% of global emissions. As an industry, we must approach these critical issues together through dialogue and cooperation, ensuring that all voices are heard and all viewpoints are considered. What can be viewed in the current energy market turmoil is what can occur if we do not see the bigger picture. We need to connect all aspects of the energy trilemma. This means working with each other and not against each other. It is in the interest of each and every one of us to evolve a sustainable energy future that works for all. In this manner, we can fulfill the theme of this session and revitalize the industry. In this manner, we can reinvent the industry to allow it to fit with a just, equitable, and fair energy transition where no one is left behind. I thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much. If I wasn't familiar with the way the SG sounds, I would think that voice was emotion-laden. He's given the statistics, he's laid out the tracks, he's seen the future, he's told us what the demands will be, and has talked about the attack on that sector as regards, for instance, the litigations, over 600 of that across the globe, as it were. I'll come to you, Your Excellency Lima. When you look at these opportunities that the SG, it's a good thing he spoke now. I mean, so he didn't alter what we had to say earlier. Listening to what the SG had to say, the statistics are there. We want collaboration. Let's do this together in such manner that it benefits everybody that is on the table. How can Africa, Honorable Lima, how can Africa revitalize these opportunities unique to Africa, For instance, 600 million Africans don't have access to energy. About over 300 days in the year, Africa is blessed with sunlight, and less than 7% of that is utilized. How can we revitalize that sector or the energy space for Africa with its uniqueness in what it can generate and possibly transmit?
Okay. Well, I will try to answer the more simple way for everybody to understand our position. This issue, it's a conversation. It's an adult conversation. It's not really a shouting match. That's what happened when we try to converse about this. They just don't want to hear the position of the producers. Now, when I say conversation, it's because to solve a problem, you need to understand what's the problem. You can, not to mention a continent, you come from America, from Asia, from Europe, to understand our problem if you don't come here. You can go to the street and you start yelling, fossil fuel, criminals, don't do this. Now, I tell you, okay, why don't you come to Africa, live with us for 2 months, 2 weeks. Be 2 weeks with problems with electricity. Be 2 weeks with problems that you have to work because we have problem of it. When you finish that 2 weeks, your priorities are going to change completely, and they will understand us much better. So if they don't try to understand us and what we are going through, they will never be able to have I'll call it a reasonable adult conversation. They will just think, well, we are producers and we are polluting the world. It's not that simple. And then this issue of fixing the problem, it has two players, the producer and the consumers. Who is driving the demand? It's not the producers, it's the consumers. One single household in America or in Europe, their fridge, just their fridge, where they have all their food, consume more than a rural village in Nigeria and Equatorial Guinea. So the problem is that they have 3 cars, 2 houses. They want to continue with the lifestyle. So if you want to fix the climate, change your lifestyle. We are producing the same amount. So a conversation needs to be done because we are the one behind. The producers are behind. Right now, why the oil price is high? Because we can't produce no more. But everybody wants to maintain the same economy. They want growth. They want jobs. They want more industries. They are the one driving clearly the demand. So the issue is that it needs to be a conversation. We are actually helping. I'll give you an example. What OPEC Plus in the declaration is actually helping economies, because we are trying to manage to have a price that is good for the producers so we can recover our investment, and it's good for the consumer that allows the economy to grow. But when we try to explain that, they just yell to us. The last conversation in Glasgow, we have representatives, they couldn't even speak. The prince, the minister of Saudi Arabia, he went there to try to explain our position. They will not allow them to speak. But they are in Glasgow. The number of platforms, drilling platforms that are there, they're in North of America. They're actually drilling and producing more than us. But they don't want to hear. So the issue is it has to be a conversation. They need to understand us, but they can't just impose that, no, you stop that fossil fuel, and then we're going to do this transition according to what we see. So clearly, I think it was a very good initiative by Egypt and a very good initiative by the Emirates to bring the CAP to them, for them to come and see our situation. Because this last decade has been clearly the fastest growing decade for us. For the first time, we had a more secure electricity. We have more growth. So clearly, it's very important that that conversation is there because, fortunately, they are not allowing that. They just think you produce oil and you are bad. Equatorial Guinea is very simple. A lot of African countries, they want to be like Equatorial Guinea. Why? Because through that period that we have oil, we have transformed our country. Anybody who comes to Equatorial Guinea, 90% electrification, road, electricity, everything's there. Now, some people can complain on other things, but I can tell you right now that we did not go to the IMF for ask for loan. We didn't go to the World Bank. None of them lent them money. It was our own money. So clearly the issue is they have to come to our continent, understand our situation, And then from there, we could have that conversation. But they are not allowing us to do that. And that's why, the same way that they are very passionate about saving the planet, I'm very passionate to make sure my kids not just have the clean air in the dark, that actually they can develop and they can be like them. So clearly the consumer need to change their view and they need to understand that the problem is in both sides. So that's what I would usually recommend them. Okay?
Thank you very much, Ambassador Lima. Honorable Adio, for Ghana, it seemed like, I'm just paraphrasing some thoughts in my head. It seemed like all these conversations, we have to do what we got to do. I mean, we're not part of them. I mean, we are small. We have to develop what we are doing. Ghana, when you look at the potentials that are available for you, you were trying to give us some statistics, were you excluding all the conversations of the things that were happening outside, or did you just say to yourself, this is our reality, this is where we are, we got to do what we got to do?
Yep, thank you once again. Now it is established that those of us who have the fortune of having hydrocarbons under our feet, we're going to go ahead and maximize the opportunities from it. Revitalizing the industry. Now that the big boys are pulling away from us, we need to encourage others who are interested by changing our regimes, the fiscal regime, legal, regulatory regime, to make it more attractive for them to come on board and partner us to achieve the maximum from the hydrocarbons that we have. In Ghana, we've been lucky to have some gas. And right now, we are making full use of the gas by converting all major IPPs, major generators, from liquid fuel to gas, right now, apart from one company that we are keeping for strategic reasons. But we also leveraging the gas that we have in opening a petroleum hub, what we call a petroleum hub in the western coast, where we're going to transform the gas into petrochemical industry, fertilizers, and that sort of thing. We must absolutely take full control by using our natural and indigenous engineers to bring that hydrocarbon from the ground up if nobody wants to partner with us, apart from maybe the Chinese or whoever. But revitalizing in the industry is key. We need to revitalize the industry so that the people of Africa would take full and maximum opportunity from it. Ghana, for example, you're talking about 90% electrification. Ghana, we have 87 access to electricity, and we're still ramping it up with the aim of getting universal access to electricity. And our citizens need to also benefit, just like the first world have also benefited in time past. We must get there, and there we will get no matter what, unless and until we have exhausted the hydrocarbons that we have under our feet.
Honorable Minister for Petroleum Nigeria. Yeah, go ahead, please, if you want. Sorry about the interruptions. Honorable Sir, whilst some people had made the argument that the divestment by some international oil companies in Nigeria may just be, at best, a script from their home countries, it also, on the other hand, does create opportunity for indigenous to come up, as it were. Earlier, you were reading out statistics of what Nigeria is trying to do in terms of revitalizing the industry using gas and all the $50 million that's available, the funding. Help us to make a sense of, whilst we have agreed that in Nigeria, for instance, that gas is the transition fuel, what do we do with these other mix that come to the table and that are necessary for economic growth and for social justice?
Thanks very much. Again and again, I'll go back to the point of views of the ambassador and the APO Secretary General, the convergence of their points of views. We are saying the same thing. I think that's really what we should go away with from this summit. We are looking at it from one end of the spectrum, affordability. They are looking at it from the other end of the spectrum, which is clean. But at the end of the day, we are both saying the same thing. We are all on the same train. But of course, on the issue of revitalizing the industry, I'll go back to what the Executive Secretary of NCDMB said when he made his remarks. We have realized in Africa, and I think it is clear for the blind to see, and it's audible even for the deaf to hear, that the international investment community is moving away from this sector. That means we have to develop our capacity. And that's where local content development comes in very, very handy. And that's also where the marginal field programs also come in very handy to develop capacity in order to take advantage of the bigger opportunities that are coming in the area of divestment that we are also seeing. So the whole idea is to develop capacity. Now, what we expect from the global community are to collaborate with us in 3 areas. One area is technology. We do not have the technology. Second area is finance. The finance does not reside here. So we have these constraints, and of course we have some capacity problem, although to me that is to a very lesser degree because we've actually developed a lot of capacity in country. So if we collaborate in these areas to develop technologies, to develop, of course, also finance the sector, we can at least pretty much go on our own. But unfortunately, they are moving away. And we are having increasingly difficulty in accessing finance. So are we going to beg them to come back and give us finance? No. We as Africans must now come together as countries. Come together and see how we can pool finances together, see how we can secure multilateral funding from every other source that is available to us so that we can finance our industry. This industry that we have agreed should be our pathway to the energy transition. We need to do this, not necessarily for the sake of Nigeria alone, but for the sake of countries like Ghana, who are just coming to the party now at the wrong time. And for the sake of other countries, I hear Uganda is just having their bid round. They are just coming into the party when the party is almost over. So we have to, for the sake of these countries, come together and see how we can take our destiny as a continent in our own hands. We are all agreed on the fact that we need to transit via gas to the renewable future, to the cleaner future, cleaner energy future. I continue to emphasize cleaner because there is that confusion. We want to transit to that cleaner future through gas. And if we are to achieve that, then we must pool our resources together to develop our technologies, to pool our financing together, and also to ensure that we now take the local content achievements that we have made in Nigeria and expand it, extend it to the rest of Africa. We need to develop capacity within Africa to be able to handle this industry. If not, we'll be found at a very wrong place in history, where they will say, okay, they have left us, and then we don't know what to do next. And that will be very sad for us. Energy transition, as I said before, is not a new thing. We transited from renewables to fossil fuels. Now we're transiting to renewables. We in Africa cannot deny the fact that this movement must happen, but the most important thing for us is to take our destinies in our own hands as Africans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Your Excellency, Ambassador Mary, in quick seconds, if we, for instance, for a second decide to turn down the orchestra, tear down the scripts, and and look at it from this conversation, you're properly sandwiched, and the conversation, I beg your pardon, but looking at it from that perspective, turn down the orchestra, tear down the scripts, how can Africa, and most sincerely, achieve in this transition that we talk about and in the future's fuel, Africa, from all of the conversation, in quick seconds, from what you've heard today?
This is doing its thing. There we are. What I would say is that I think one of the best ways to turn down the conversation is to remember that the three goals that the United States support that we all agree on are all equally important. There needs to be access for energy for Africans in support of their economic development, and we need to worry about the climate. And so I think when you address those and you understand that there is no hierarchy among those three goals, it is a conversation that says, how is it that we can pursue those three at the same time because they're all so important? So if we are all having, yes, there needs to be a shared conversation, I think it's to understand that to de-hierarchialize, or that's not exactly a word, but refuse to prioritize one over the three and then figure out how we simultaneously pursue goals. The international community exists for this, partners exist for this, to figure out how to come to mutual benefit, understanding the things that are important and the things that must be achieved. I think that's the best way to turn down the...
Thank you very much. I'm going to, in quick seconds, I'm going to very shortly, I'm going to call on the Executive Secretary, NCDMB, to come give the round-off to this session. But before that, I'll just quickly take Dr. Ibrahim. You must be feeling some sort of soothing when the SG was speaking as regards, if you just oppose that to what Apple represents and all the statistics of demand, 50% of global energy demand over the next 3-4 decades will be around this branded commodity, as it were. I mean, what would be your final words and thoughts on this?
Thank you very much. Seriously, our challenge is that of the demonization of fossil fuels. And the problem it's going to have for the world is that you are going to create more and more volatility in the market. Because by demonizing oil the way the world is doing today, you are scaring people from investing in that industry. And as you heard from Mr. Barkindo, for the next 30 years, oil will continue to be used. What will go down in terms of the proportion of fossil fuels being used is just about 2%. The consolation is that we may not produce more, but I guarantee anybody who is interested in investing that you will not get less in terms of the money, because we'll produce less, but the price of oil will be rising and rising, because you will need it. Now, I'll come to the issue of Her Excellency mentioned about $23 trillion investment in the renewables. The question is, how much of this money is really going to come from Africa? Are we ready to continue to be dependent on the world for everything, including energy, which is critical to our life? These are issues we should be addressing. I am told His Excellency the Minister mentioned 3 challenges in the industry. I'll tell you, on the authority of the ministers of APO, my ministers who are here, that we conducted a major study on the future of the oil and gas industry in Africa. And the findings are essentially 3. His Excellency the Minister mentioned them: technology, expertise, and funding. Seriously speaking, the study says you don't need external funds to be able to succeed if you are determined to. We have been conditioned into believing that unless you get foreign direct investment, you can't move. Let me give you a very good example. Today, what is the price of oil? Over 100. Tell me which African country budgeted its oil, did its budget for 2022, thinking that it will get even $80. No. We have had a lot of opportunities in the past, windfalls, between 2003 and 2008, and even between 2020 and 2021. We keep getting these windfalls. Why can't we decide that if the West has used fossil fuels for 150 years to succeed, we tell ourselves, okay, the world has changed. We need only 50 years. And in these 50 years, we are ready to invest for 20 years. And it will transform our continent. But somehow we have come to believe that unless the United States or Europe gives you money, you can't make progress. I think we have to win ourselves out of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished panelists, all the way from my extreme right. But before we take our leave, I'd like to invite the Executive Secretary, NCDMB, Engineer Simbi Wabote, for a closing round on this.
All right. Thank you very much, Olu Phillips, for the invitation. Ambassador, I wanted to join your side on the debate, but I was not appointed to join you on the debate. Because in those days when we were debating, you had the opposition and you have the people proposing the motion. So I wanted to join you in the opposition, not those proposing the motion. So thanks a lot. I think there is a question that we will post on the screen. Secretariat, are you ready? If you look at your seats, there is a voting button, which is tagged to your seat. I think it's tied to your seat so that it will not be taken away. So if you look at it, once the question is put up there, you're supposed to vote. I don't think the panelists are made to vote. The voting will be with the audience. Secretariat, you want to beam the question? While Secretariat is doing that, let me use the opportunity to wrap up this session. I think the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources started by setting the scene for the discussion with regards to the energy challenge that we face in Africa. He talked about the entire African continent, where only 3% of the so-called emission comes out of Africa, and the need for the world to also know that we are non-existential contributors to the current climate challenge that we have in the world. Hence, the need to give a reprieve to the African continent and allow us a breather with which to make our own contributions with regards to solving our energy challenge. Like I said, when my friend, the oil minister of Equatorial Guinea, was saying that they were not given the opportunity to be heard in Glasgow, I can assure you that you are given opportunity to be heard in Nigeria. That's a given. And I think Ibrahim, in a nutshell, was struggling to understand the serious push that the world is having on Africa with regards to this energy transition. I think I can summarize his frustration to say, in Heathrow Airport, the amount of power that is generated in Heathrow Airport is more than the total power generation in Nigeria. Take that context, and then you will then get to understand his frustration on the need for Africa to be given a reprieve to at least make energy affordable for its people. I think it talks about the dynamics of the ARC and the CRA. ARC being the developed world looking at cleaner, reliable, and affordable, while Africans are looking at affordable, reliability, and cleaner. So there is definitely a mismatch in terms of what we are driving. And you could see the frustration in him as to why is this discussion coming when I'm the Secretary General of Apple. It should have at least come when I have left. But being the Secretary General of Apple, I recall the study that we all got into, which I actively participated in understanding how we are going to use our natural resources for our benefit. And when you read the outcome of that study, you will find yourself in the same position that you have the Secretary of Apple today. And then I move on to my friend from Ghana, who came to the party when we were all about to leave the party. But what I can assure you, my friend from Ghana, is that we are not going to leave this party. We are going to start the party with you in attendance. And I think he wondered what the world was talking about when in Ghana itself there's energy challenge, in Africa there's poverty, which of course we can come out of through the utilization of our natural resources, and wonder why the pressure is on now that Ghana is thinking that they found the black gold, not the other gold that has been exploited out of Ghana. Now they've found the black gold looking like us in terms of skin color that they want to utilize, and then all this discussion about moving away from this fossil fuel into greener energy. Like I said, Your Excellency, the ambassador was actively sandwiched, and people were wondering when she was speaking as to say, when we had hydrocarbon in Nigeria for almost 56 years, and the developed world also knew that with this hydrocarbon they can generate power and a country like Nigeria will have power. That was not done at all. Now you're talking about solar as being the alternative to solving power energy, and she tried as much as possible to sell that agenda. She talked about the COP26 commitment, what America is doing to support that agenda, bits and bombs here and there in order to move the energy discussion forward. But all I can say is that the voices I heard on this panel clearly drowned that discussion, because you could see the passion in Africans as to say, we need to have this conversation where our voices should be heard, as opposed to what is coming from the developed world. One wonders when you listen. I recall during the days of the former president of the United States, Donald Trump, on this COP26 discussion and all this environmental bit. He was never part of that discussion. So you wonder how divided even the developed world is, like America, with regards to this energy transition into renewables and the gradual transition, as it were. Well, I hope and pray that that momentum also continues in the US, as it were. William, from Ghana, of course, I've talked about late entrance, and my friend from Equatorial Guinea started with the comparison on which is better, the Nigerian jollof, the Sierra Leonean jollof, or the Ghanaian jollof. But I can tell you the Nigerian gas is better than all those. Because it was out of that, Nigeria decided to launch the decade of gas, which he alluded to, which is better than any other thing. We have started this discussion, we have seen this discussion coming, and Nigeria decided to launch the decade of gas, which he clearly supports as a way of ensuring that our natural resources are utilized for the development of the continent. And I think one key point I took away from him is also the pragmatic approach of dealing with this challenge that we face in Africa, because this is actually an attack on resource-rich country like Africa with regards to this whole renewable discussion. I was listening the other day to, I think, the United States representative to NATO, when the lady was saying that it was a big mistake that America and Europe took out gas as part of the greener fuel that you can think of. And she thinks there should be a rethink in the discussion and bringing gas and nuclear back to the table. Because when you talk of green fuel, they also believe that gas is green. And I think that will be the thinking, perhaps in the promised COP27, where people will look at what the direction they have gone and begin to think on how to bring back gas, which is perhaps a much, much better fuel, which ties into what the Honorable Minister said. It's not so much about renewable, it's so much about cleaner fuel. How can we use technology to make the fuel a lot cleaner? And I think I was listening actively. It was when the transition started. We went from burning firewood to burning coal, and then Nigeria as a country walked away completely from coal and said it was fossil fuel as part of our transition. Today, I am told almost about 50% of China's energy source is still coal, while we have walked away from coal as a country. Therefore, we need Nigerian homegrown technology, Nigerian expertise, as alluded to by the minister, and also Nigerian financing, if possible African financing, in order to exploit our hydrocarbon for the benefit of Nigerians. Little wonder, Honorable Minister, local content on the 7th of March will be having an African roundtable on funding of how we are going to fund our fossil fuel as a way of setting the tone and having that conversation, because it has become a lot more important. I think the Honorable Minister also said we are all saying the same thing, slice it or dice it, but all of it, in summary, is for the benefit of humanity, the benefit of the existence of Africa. And I think the minister from Equatorial Guinea alluded to it. What will it take if you stop the right investments to create jobs, the social investments to get people active, and then you have them wallowing in darkness? What will be the effect to the countries, and what will be the effect to the continent? Alluding to the fact that most of the unrest that you see in the African continent is as a result of lack of employment, lack of young people being engaged in doing so many things. And now if we have to move away from our, I think it was the OPEC Secretary General who reeled out the statistics in terms of the reserves that we have, in terms of the production capacity that we have, and we will just abandon this and move away by doing solar network here and there. Somebody once said, if you look at this room, almost 70% of the things you see in this room are byproducts of hydrocarbon. And I saw a cartoon once where they put a lady well-dressed and the rest, and they say, okay, in renewable, what will she look like? As opposed to when you have hydrocarbon. I can't say what I saw when they took off everything associated to hydrocarbon. So I think we need to be very careful from what I hear from the minister and others in this discussion, and making sure that Africa as a continent is brought onto the table for discussion and negotiation on how we move forward with all this discourse about climate change. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if you let me, I will just regurgitate everything that was said today, but suffice to say that it's been a fantastic discussion. Honorable Minister, sir, Ambassador, I wish next time if you recruit me to be part of your side on the debate, I will come on board because you are a member of the opposition and the others are proposing the topic. But I think my sister from the Environment Ministry had to toe the environmental discussions in terms of what they see with regards to the effect of fossil fuel and the potential for renewables. However, I think she struck a balance, that we must have that balance between our existence as a people and the drive for environment in itself, because it's both sides of the same coin. I think somebody said that. If you protect the environment and the human beings who are to live in that environment does not exist, then you begin to wonder what you are really protecting, as it were. So we must balance it, and we must have that conversation together. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I thank you, panelists, for a job well done and a very active debate that we have had here today. With regards to the question, I think it is time for me to look at the numbers. Secretariat, the question for the panelists who probably will not see the question, I think is there. It says, collaboration is the only way African countries can achieve energy transition to future fuels. I think you can see the agree. I cannot see anything on the disagree. Therefore, I think the summary of this is that African agenda, African discussion needs to be on the table. Probably I see one disagree. I think that is such that we should have the conversation. I think that's what that one disagree is trying to say. So once again, thank you very much, panelists, and thank you very much, audience, for being a lively audience. Thank you.
Okay, just 1 second. I call on our permanent secretary who will present some gifts to our panelists. Dr. Guazo, please, if the staff of the ministry can assist you. Thank you, thank you. Please, one more time, give them a round of applause. Our PS will give our usual NIES taking of appreciation to our panelists. Let's begin with the moderator, Olu Phillips. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Olu Phillips, for your time. Thank you, Dr. Omar Farouk, APO Secretary General. Thank you, Your Excellency, Ambassador Leonard. Thank you, Your Excellency, our chief hosts. Thank you, the Energy Deputy Minister from Ghana. Thank you very much, Mr. Obiang, a constant on this. Thank you, Barrister Abiola Awe from Ministry of Environment. Thank you. Bring down, where's the lady from the Ministry of Petroleum? Please step forward for your group photograph. No, on stage there is okay. On stage there is okay, yes. Where's the lady from the Ministry of Petroleum? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the international session. Now remember, the bilateral meetings will happen after the refreshment sponsored by Chevron. The refreshment is around the premises here, the VIP room. There's a VIP section, there's a delegate session. The delegate session is at the dome here. Then we will start in the next few minutes, in the next couple of minutes, the stream 1 of the Data to Barrel, the Innovation, Technology, and Young Professional Forum, an initiative of Huawei, will start at 2:45, call it 3 p.m. at ICC. So once you're done with your refreshment here, please proceed to ICC for that particular session. That will be followed immediately by another session still on the Innovation, Technology, and Young Professional from Huawei. Remember also that later this evening, we have the Nigerian Contact Networking Drinks sponsored by Sigma and the NIES Gala Dinner sponsored by NCDMB. The reception and the dinner is right here in the State House. The Huawei Forum is at ICC. The exhibition is also on. We also have the Technology Hub at the ICC. So all of those things are happening at the ICC. We expect that we visit and attend all of these sessions. And then tomorrow, we will continue at the ICC for day 2 of the conference of NIES. Guys,
Come on.